All right, everybody. Good morning. Welcome. Great to see you here. Hope you're warming up after your little refreshing experience in the security line. My name is Maureen Conway. I'm a vice president at the Aspen Institute and executive director of the Economic Opportunities Program. And it is my very great honor to welcome you to our third Employee Ownership Ideas Forum. On behalf of our team at the Aspen Institute and the team at our partners at Rutgers University's Institute for the Study of Employee Ownership and Profit Sharing, I'm delighted to welcome you, and I really very much want to thank our sponsors, our partners, at JP Morgan Chase, at Prudential Financial, at the Ford Foundation, and at the Sorensen Impact Foundation. We're so grateful for your support and partnership in this work, and we couldn't do it without you. Also, a huge thanks to Senator Chris Van Hollen and his team for arranging for us to get this room, and to Blake Moore and his team for arranging for us to have our reception this evening in Rayburn Cafe. Please join us for that afterwards. I also want to mention, I had hoped to welcome our live stream audience, but apparently we're having a few technical difficulties right now, but we are recording this event, and hopefully we'll be live streaming it eventually. So just want to make everybody aware that the event is being recorded. This year is our third year in doing the Employee Ownership Ideas Forum. And I'm so excited to do it. And I just want to say, for the Economic Opportunities Program, our mission is to advance promising policies, strategies, and ideas to help low and moderate income people connect to and thrive in a changing economy. And that's our sort of little mission statement, right? And I've been doing this work for 25 years. We've worked on a lot of different kinds of strategies. But I have to say, employee ownership is one of the strategies that I think just has the most promise for really fulfilling that mission, for really giving people the kinds of opportunities that help them build solid livelihoods, that help them build futures, that help them have the kind of participation in an economy that they're looking for. It's been great partnering with our colleagues at Rutgers for longer than the 3 years we've been doing this. Been working with Joseph for a number of years now. I'm not going to count them all. And I just want to say, in the research that I've seen and in the many examples that we've seen, we've really seen the power of employee ownership play out again and again. We've seen how employee ownership can really transform the experience of work for working people, right? So giving them really a sense of a stake in the company, right? So giving them really that feeling that what they do matters, right? So we've spent a lot of time thinking about what makes a good job for people, and people are looking, yes, of course, for pay that they can live on. But they're also looking for their work to be respected and to matter, and they're looking for sort of a future, right? So not just like a paycheck today, but something where they really see a future for themselves. And I think real employee-owned companies really give that experience to their workforce. At the same time, we hear from so many business leaders about how they built these businesses and really the meaningfulness of their business, and how they've just become advocates for this. So I think employee ownership really also transforms the experience of management and being a business leader in a way that makes business leaders, they keep showing up to talk about how great this is. So it really does seem to be something that they feel very strongly about, and really feel helps them run a good business in all senses of the word. The other thing that has been coming up has been the ways in which employee-owned companies are good for communities. And this isn't something that I think when I started in this I was necessarily looking for, but I kept hearing examples of different ways that worker owners feel encouraged to participate in the civic life of their communities. So this is why we at the Economic Opportunities Program are so passionate about this, because we feel like it's just the trifecta. It's good for workers, it's good for business, it's good for communities. Just wanted to share a little bit about that. I'll also say, not that I want to comment on the stock market so much at this point in time, But I feel like it's when we think about our measures of economic success and we think about how this country has progressed, right? We are we really are proud of sort of being the richest country in the world, right? And yet when we look at sort of the wealth that has been generated by business and we look at sort of the stock market, we see that 90% of the value of that stock market is held by the 10% of richest households, right? And 50% of American households really don't participate at all. So this lopsided sort of benefit of business success is one of the reasons that we sort of lead OECD countries in income inequality and wealth inequality and lag in terms of economic and social mobility. This is really contrary to our vision of what the American dream is and should be. So I feel like in this time, it's even more important for us to figure out what are the policies, what are the strategies, what are the ideas that are really going to help us spread the promise of employee ownership to more communities all across the country. And I am excited that you all are here and to hear from our speakers today. We are going to hear from business leaders, worker owners, policymakers, and experts. And so I'm just going to say, let's get started. And now I get to turn the mic over to my friend and colleague, Joseph Blasi, who is our national treasure in all things employee ownership. So Joseph, let me turn it over to you.
Well, I just want to thank Maureen, who has been a wonderful friend and colleague, and Rutgers and Aspen have been wonderful brothers and sisters in launching what, as you know now, has become the enduring policy dialogue event in Washington, D.C. I want to welcome you. My name is Joseph Blasi. I'm director of the Institute for the Study of Employee Ownership and Profit Sharing at Rutgers, and the J. Robert Beister professor. I want to thank you for coming and welcome you on behalf of Rutgers and Aspen again, and give you just a little history gift. Since we are in this august institution, our country has gone on for hundreds of years. It's especially important to realize sort of the deep history that shares for workers represent. The very first economic policy legislation signed by the first president of the United States, George Washington, had a significant part of it dealing with shares for workers. During the American Revolution, the British identified economic warfare as one of their approaches, and they knew that the cod fishing industry, which packed cod and dried it in barrels and sent it to Europe, you may not have known this, was one of the top export industries of the young colonies. And they did everything they could do to destroy the ships, arrest the sailors, get rid of the captains, get rid of the factories on the coast. When President Washington started the presidency, he called in Thomas Jefferson. You can't make this up, actually. Called in Thomas Jefferson, who was then Secretary of State, and said, we have to bring the cod industry back. Jefferson, who you know did not get along with Secretary of the Treasury Alexander Hamilton, asked Secretary Hamilton to assign him a research assistant who was a young political economist to assign to him, who went out and did research, visited cod ships, visited shippers, visited workers, and found out that the cod ships that used a profit sharing and a share of the catch were more productive and more stable in their employment. The first economic research done on shares in U.S. history by a staff member of Alexander Hamilton and a research assistant to Thomas Jefferson. This then made it into legislation, and they essentially gave something equivalent to tax credits to new ships that were built that would bring back the cod industry. Interestingly enough, the tax credits were split between the owners of the ships, and at that time the owners of the ships were doctors and lawyers. People had a lot of extra capital who invested in shares of ships, and a large amount of the tax credit was paid in cash to the workers. This was managed up and down the Atlantic seacoast by Secretary of Treasury Alexander Hamilton's staff. Okay, many of them, in a lot of those, you now know them as the most famous seafood restaurants that are in the customs houses up and along the Atlantic, the Atlantic coast. The condition of receiving the tax credit was that every member of the crew, from the cabin boy and girl up to the captain, received cash profit sharing on the catch, and before every ship went out, there was a signed document signed by the captain and every member of the crew, from the young cabin boy or girl up to the captain. I will tell you that the cook and the captain got really good profit shares. So this went on for many presidential administrations. It was completely nonpartisan and bipartisan policy. It endured until the fishing industry was largely, automated in the 1800s. So the notion that shares for workers is an important part of economic policy, is an important part of tax policy, has been one of the most enduring ideas, bipartisan in American history, is really there. I did a lot of research. I went to the National Archives. I went into Alexander Hamilton's personal archives to find evidence on this. I then did something that professors love to do. I went to archives in libraries and shipping museums up and down the Atlantic coast. And there I found that in addition to the profit sharing, the workers developed a secondary equity shares market in ownership shares in the ships and the boats themselves. So, we've talked about research showing that about 70% of ESOP companies provide also cash profit sharing. ESOPs have reunited the marriage between equity ownership and cash profit sharing that we saw in the late 1700s in the United States. So this is a very proud part of U.S. history. You can go to the National Archives and you can actually get copies of those signed documents with all the signatures from the cabin boy and girl up to all the members of the ship. So anyway, just delighted to share that little story with you. I would like to introduce Alex Brill, who's going to share some thoughts with us today. Alex is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. He served as chief economist and policy director of the House Ways and Means Committee, and he served on the staff of the White House Council of Economic Advisors. Alex has also been a Lewis O. Kelso Fellow at the Rutgers Institute. He has done really important economic research on employee ownership, and we're just delighted to have Alex here today to share with us his thoughts. Let's welcome Alex.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be able to lead off early in the morning here. I know there's a wonderful agenda here all day, and it's going to continue on. And we're going to hear a lot from practitioners, and from policymakers, and from experts who study the ESOP space. And I think there's going to be a lot for all of us to learn from each other and together during the day. I'll just speak for a few moments this morning, and I will speak about ESOPs, but I think it would be remiss not to make some acknowledgement of the world we're operating in since 12:01 this morning. Maureen said she didn't feel comfortable speculating about the stock market. I would agree that I don't know how much more it's going to go down before it goes up. But we are entering a new policy environment, and I think it's worth acknowledging and commenting on just briefly, because I think it is something that will have consequences for workers and for business owners, and for the size of the pie, which is something I'll talk about in a moment. And so when we think about employee ownership, and we think about ESOPs in particular, or other strategies at getting aligning incentives and encouraging workers to maximize their productivity and feel like they're part of something to the greatest extent possible. That's a strategy and agenda within a larger framework of public policy. And there are many policies that affect the well-being of workers, affect the well-being of businesses generally. And I want to be on the record to be clear that a strategy that raises costs for businesses is a strategy that doesn't promote the well-being of workers and doesn't promote the well-being of business owners. And so what we're entering is a period of time that we don't know if the duration of which, where large tariffs, over 100% on imports from China, and large tariffs from basically all of our trading partners around the world, are going to have significant consequences for our economy, and we've seen that in the last few days as trillions of dollars of equity values have evaporated. Mostly to the 10% of people who own 90% of the stocks. So feel how you will about that fact. But when we think about where this will impact the economy, I mean, I think it'll impact our economy broadly because our workers are also our consumers in this economy, of course. When we think about the particular industries that'll be affected, there are various industries that'll be affected depending on their degree of exposure to trade policies and trade in general. But we know that a lot of the ESOPs are sort of overweighted in the manufacturing industry. And we know that a lot of the rhetoric around the trade agenda that we're experiencing has to do with our manufacturing agenda, our manufacturing industry, a desire to kind of strengthen or bring back manufacturing into the United States. And I think a lot of that philosophy or that perspective is quite misguided. And it's easy to imagine a manufacturing business that relies, an existing manufacturing business here in the United States today that may rely on imports as an intermediary good, right? A component to what they manufacture may be a part that comes from overseas, maybe from Canada, maybe from China, maybe from Mexico, maybe elsewhere. And as those prices rise, this will hurt the production function at those manufacturing firms. Immediately, it will hurt the owners and it'll hurt the workers in those businesses. And so I make this point because the agenda of employee ownership and the agenda of ESOPs generally don't exist on an island by themselves, right? It is a policy within a broader set of policies, within a broader set of tax policies, and tariffs are certainly taxes. And so when we think about pursuing strategies that are good for workers and businesses and business owners, we need to think narrowly about the agenda of today, employee ownership policies specifically, but we should also be aware of the broader set of policies that can affect the well-being of workers, consumers, and business owners. And so this tariff policy, of course, like any policy, is one that is in the pursuit of a goal, right? We live at the moment still, luckily, in a democracy where we choose our leaders somehow, and they pursue goals on our behalf. And I'll just speak to two broad goals that policymakers often pursue and that are sort of related to the elements of employee ownership. So one of the policy goals that some policymakers pursue is the desire to, what I will call, rearrange the pie, right? To make adjustments to the contours of the existing economy, to reshape the existing economy. And another policy agenda that some policymakers pursue, we could call policies geared at growing the pie. And these two things are not mutually exclusive, although they involve trade-offs. And it can sometimes be harder to grow the pie if we're simultaneously also trying to rearrange the pie. That would be true if we were making an actual pie, and it's true for the economy as well. When we think about policies to rearrange the pie, there too, there's like many dimensions, at least two that I can think of, that we could think about in which ways we could rearrange the pie. And so sometimes we think about that as redistribution. We say that, too few people control too many of the assets or have too much of the income, or the disparity between the CEO and the entry-level worker is too great, or the increase in average wages for those at the top have changed at a different rate than the increase of average wages of those in the those who are at the median level. And we could say that that's okay or not okay, and we could try to twist and alter that redistribution. We can also try to rearrange the pie, not in an income redistribution sense, but we could just think about it from an industry perspective. And in fact, I think we hear a lot of rhetoric today about the industries that we like versus the industries that we don't like. And so this takes us back a little bit to manufacturing. I think there's a lot of dialogue at the moment about the importance of manufacturing here, that we shouldn't manufacture elsewhere. It would be better if we manufactured here. In an economy of full employment, or virtually full employment, if we were to have more manufacturing activity, it probably would be rearranging the pie in some sense, and we would have less other activity. So we could be rearranging the pie by just simply putting our thumb on the scale for one industry over another. And again, that will come with costs. But we could endure those costs. We could subsidize those industries that we deem to be somehow better than other industries. That's not my view. I would rather the market sort out whether we should make something here or let someone else who has a comparative advantage make it somewhere else. I would prefer a world where we make the things that or do the things that we're best at, whatever those things may be. And I have a preference to put more emphasis on the size of the pie, on policies that work to raise prosperity in the aggregate, and that such policies can allow everyone across the income distribution to be better off today than they were in the past. That doesn't mean there's not any role for redistribution at all. That in fact we have a very progressive tax code. We engage in a fair amount of income redistribution. But I'm more focused in my work, in my policy advocacy, and my research on strategies that work to grow the pie. And so this takes us back to the question of ESOPs, the reason that we're gathered here today. And one can say, well, what role do ESOPs have either in rearranging the pie or in growing the pie? And the common answer, I think, is yes, right? All of the above, right? This is a perfect solution that does everything anyone would want. If you're interested in rearranging the pie, we've got a policy for you. And if you're interested in growing the pie, we can actually do that at the same time. And I think that there's truth to that. I think that the economic evidence around growing the pie for ESOPs is strong. There's evidence around the economic resilience of ESOP businesses, and more resilient businesses are less likely to take a dip when tariffs go to 100%, say, and are more likely to weather that storm and continue on growing instead of growing and contracting. And there's certainly is evidence of what I would call positive spillover effects of ESOPs in their community. And Maureen talked earlier in her opening remarks about the role of community, how workers feel in their community. But there's also the question of how these businesses perform within their community. And they tend to perform well and support their community generally. And so there's strong evidence that ESOPs can be a strategy, one strategy to help grow the pie. And of course, it is a strategy that can help rearrange the pie if that's someone's policy pursuit as well. But this kind of win-win strategy, win-win aspect of this policy, and here's where I'll close. I think it's important to be cautious about the free lunch or the win-win aspect here, because while it has led to a lot of bipartisan interest and support for employee ownership and for ESOPs and for other arrangements as well, we should also just recognize that there are policymakers who are broadly who sometimes have tensions with these two grow the pie, rearrange the pie strategies, right? It's not just that this has one of the things that's important to me, therefore I'm going to grab onto this framework. Because some people really don't want to rearrange the pie, right? They don't want to be figuring out what the right industry is or what the or what the next refundable tax credit should be. There are people that here in this building who resist some of those objectives. And conversely, there are policymakers who resist the notion that the policy can have a large impact on the size of the pie. And so it's now, we should let evidence determine whether those things are true or not, and we should be honest about the costs of those. But we should also, I think, recognize that while there is something appealing in the employee ownership for everybody, there is also something that might rub some people the wrong way. And so navigating that pathway by trying to be bipartisan and inclusive and cooperative, but also recognizing that there may be trade-offs and that sometimes it's hard to grow the pie while you're rearranging the pie at the same time is an economic reality. And so with that, I'll stop, and I'll thank again Maureen and Joseph for putting this together and for giving me the opportunity to share a few thoughts.
Thank you, Alex, so much. That was really terrific. So we are rearranging our agenda a little bit since our security situation is different than anticipated today. So I want to welcome Mary Josephs and to the stage, as well as Leslie Cass, CEO of Lewis Tree Services, and Dion Houchins, CEO and Chairman of Houchins Industries. Really delighted that you all can join us today. Thank you so much for being here. And also just want to mention that Mary Josephs, in addition to being founder and CEO of Verity Advisors, is a contributor to Forbes magazine, had a lovely piece today. So thank you all for being with us. And Mary, let me turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Alex. That was great. Ownership advantage. Maureen said the power of employee ownership playing out again and again and again. And this morning, we have the pleasure to hear what that means, to hear two amazing CEOs, Dion and Leslie, talk about their experience with some legacy successful employee-owned companies. And I'm really excited for you to hear the story and elaborate on what we've already heard: good jobs, financial security, high engagement with employees. So let's get started. Getting to know Houchins Industries and Lewis Tree Services. I will turn it over to you, Leslie.
Thank you, Maureen. So Lewis Tree Service has been around for almost, 96 years, or 86 years, sorry. So we've been around a very long time. Fortunately, we turned ESOP 26 years ago, and that's when the company really took off from more of a regional service to today we're in 27 states with 4,000 people. The work that we do is utility line clearance, or vegetation management, which sounds very fancy. It's the people that keep the trees out of the power lines. And when you visualize that work, it's typically groups of 2 or more craft workers out with a bucket truck. Sometimes in the bucket, one person's the trimmer. They trim the trees, they're in the bucket, or sometimes they climb. And imagine, you can't just let the limb fall. The work's actually very complex. You have to manage where that piece comes down. Then you have the grounds person, sometimes called the branch manager, if you want to make it sound fun. But they are in charge of spotting while the person's cutting to make sure no one gets in trouble, keeping that person safe next to live power lines, mind you. And then also chipping the brush, like coordinating that. And that work is in the elements, frequently by traffic, with some feisty homeowners who are not always happy to see you there, even though the utilities, pay you to be there and it's required by law. Animals, you name it, it's an exciting and tough job. And for those folks to be craft workers that have a retirement and a future is game-changing to their families. The nice part is the profits of the company go back to the communities in the 27 states. You can imagine these are communities where they live, paycheck to paycheck typically. They don't always even feel, we have a 401k match, they don't always even feel that they can afford to take advantage of that 401k match. We enroll them and they have to unenroll to try to encourage them on that path. But it can be financially challenging, and being in an employee-owned company gives them that security. And I'll just give you one quick example of the kind of things we can do as an employee-owned company. When the gas prices were really, really high when I started with the company in 2022, our employees were struggling to get to work, like to afford to get to work. So we said, well, the management team before me said, hey, we're going to give a stipend, $25 a week, to all of our hourly craft workers until this price comes down, because it's their money. They need it now. If you can't get to work, you can't retire. So that's just one example of how employee ownership has really empowered our folks at Lewis Tree.
That's awesome. Dion?
First off, I am no relation, believe it or not, to the company. My name's spelled with an I, and the company has an E. And number two, I didn't realize I had an accent till I got here. So, we were founded in 1897, one single grocery store in Glasgow, Kentucky. So we're a 108-year-old company headquartered now in Bowling Green, Kentucky. We've been an ESOP since 1988, one of the early adopters. And we got 19,000 ESOP participants, over 16,000 employees in 22 states. Our revenue for fiscal year 2024 was over $4 billion. The fair market value of our equity is over $2 billion. So we're not your typical ESOP, obviously. Since 1988, this is something I'm really proud of, and we had a heck of a celebration a couple years ago when we passed a milestone of $2 billion, but we've paid out over $2.3 billion in ESOP benefits since 1988. And you mentioned life-changing, community-changing. It's all that. It's generational. These communities are so much better off for these folks having passed through the Houchins ESOP. Today we have 14 different subsidiaries in 5 different industries. We're in retail distribution, manufacturing, insurance, and construction. And some of our holdings are truly extraordinary. We've got we own the largest heavy civil and asphalt paving company in the state of Kentucky. We own a juice company that's headquartered in Chicago that distributes in all 50 states and 25 countries. It's Tampico. We own the 43rd largest independent insurance agency in the country. And that's something we were talking this morning at breakfast. Anybody that's in the insurance business understands the benefit of free cash flow, because it's all converted. I mean, I joked, what are they going to spend it on, computers? So we get all the cash from the insurance company, which is terrific. We own 50% of the largest domestic fence distributor in the United States, headquartered in Russell Springs, Kentucky. We also, our legacy company is grocery, and we have a large and diversified food group. We operate conventional grocery stores, discount grocery stores, convenience stores, quick service restaurants, and we're a large Ace Hardware operator. So very, very diversified food group within the diversified holdings of Houchins Industries. And if it sounds like bragging, it might be, but we've also been really fortunate. We had an event, we've had 2 events really that have impacted the company greatly, and one of them happened in the early 2000s. We purchased Commonwealth Brands, a cigarette manufacturer, held it for about 5 years, and a company wanted it a whole lot worse than we did. And it was valued for the ESOP at, say, 8 turns, and we sold it for 12. We paid $1 billion for the company, sold it for almost $2 billion. Fortunately, we invested the money really well after that, but that event was really a blessing and a curse. It created so much wealth so quickly because of the extra turns that we got versus the valuation. Then we didn't have the ESOP written with a retirement age. So we lost a lot of talent at 45, 50 years old, people going home with $2 and $3 million. And, back then that was a ton of money. So that's one event that really, really changed our company. The second event, believe it or not, was COVID. Most people think what you want of it, but it benefited Houchins Industries. I took over April 1st, 2020. So think about that. I knew COVID was serious when they canceled the SEC tournament. That's when I knew it was real. So But 3 of our largest holdings benefited tremendously from COVID. And steel prices went up, food prices went up, and just inflation in general. And as a result of that growth and it being some of our largest holdings, we've been able to parlay that windfall into 4 acquisitions since 2020, and 4 material ones. And one of them we did as an ESOP merger, which was awesome. It's a great experience. It's very, very expensive to do, but with the right scale, it makes sense. And since we're really managing a retirement plan, we talk about that a lot at home, at the headquarters there, that we're managing a retirement plan. So the diversification of our holdings tends to level out the stock price. You know, we're built cyclical, counter-cyclical. We're built with special attention given to our silos. We try not to get too heavy in any one industry and try to set a threshold of 25% in any one of those industries I mentioned earlier. Obviously, our legacy company is our biggest, but we have, through acquisitions, gotten the retail percentage there down to around 25%, which is something we were trying to do.
Thank you so much. I'm going to come back to Leslie. Dion brought such a great point up, which is being employee-owned on its own doesn't guarantee long-time growth and continued success. You still need leadership, strategy, talent, governance, capital, et cetera. Leslie, I think your story is particularly interesting because you're a transplant into the ESOP world. And I would love to hear your experience and how you think about that alongside the sustainability of Lewis.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I feel like a rescue pet. Like I found my forever home, and it's a much safer place because you just think about what we were talking about earlier, the markets today, right? I've been the CEO of a publicly traded company. I can't imagine, how different my day would be, and being, oh man, yeah, it was bad before, but today is especially ugly. But just thinking about the bandwidth that you get back, right? Just the level of reporting, the information. You're talking more to your shareholders than your employees half the time, right? If you've got to do, all your reporting, all your disclosure, all that, it just eats up so much bandwidth and time of the leadership team. Whereas we're fortunate enough to get to think about 2 things: our employees, who are our shareholders effectively, and our customers. And it just frees up creativity. You get to think long term. Even if you're in a private equity situation, there's some, end of the road, some plan, right? For us, it's to run this ESOP for generations and create generational wealth right down the road. So it just allows you to make those long-term decisions and not react in a way that will appease, whatever situation you're in now, meet your short-term goals, but sacrifice the long-term. And I've just found it to be so much fun, and it's pretty rewarding, to work for an anonymous shareholder or as represented by some fund who's usually sometimes can be more or less challenging, depending. Instead, to know the people and see the difference. And here, I came to this country. You taught me a craft. My kid's going to college. That it gives me chills every time I say it, and we have that story over and over and over again, and that is exciting for me and my team to get out of bed and get out there and help make those people wealthy.
Can you juxtapose that, Leslie, if I could get a few more minutes of your wisdom, with what the industry is like in trying to attract and retain workforce with the 2 buckets?
Well, that's, as we were talking on the ride over, our industry is plagued with high turnover. It's a really tough job. And again, people living paycheck to paycheck, right? If someone offers $2 more, they're going to run. And contracts have a tendency to, we are treated as a commodity by our customers frequently, even though we'll say, hey, there's value in there. But, sometimes the purchasing agent takes over and it's just the lowest price bidder wins, and that's that. So for our workers, there are 2 elements. One, if we can get them hooked on the ESOP, once they understand, it's usually when you start having those obligations called children, and you have to worry about your future, and you need things like insurance. We offer insurance, we have vacation, we offer real company benefits. Many of our competitors will just offer pay, right? And then you add on the ESOP and the 401k match, things that are unheard of in the industry. When you get, and it's really workers educating other workers, and especially the older folks, saying, hey, buddy, to their younger colleagues, look at this, look at the whole package. We get them hooked, right? And they want to stay with Lewis. The other thing is for our customers to understand the value. And as we're continuing to educate them, those dollars go back into the community. We are minority owned, and we're affecting those communities that you're trying to uplift in your own service territory, because we work for public utilities. And when that story is now starting to take hold, it gives us more stickiness. We still have to be competitive and deliver a good product, but when they realize the impact that our business is having on their communities, that starts to be a game changer, and you'll hear more about that tomorrow.
Thank you. You have, Dion, you have a very diversified portfolio of businesses, but I would love, you have such also rich history with Houchin's ESOP, and I would love you to comment on the impact on quit rate, turnover, talent attraction, retention, et cetera, in these diverse businesses.
Okay, thank you. Our turnover is pretty typical in most of the industries until we get them in the ESOP for 5 years. If we can get them for 5 years, we've got a real chance to keep them long term. The balance at that point is meaningful. Our legacy company obviously has the greatest turnover because of all the entry level people that come in, but you couldn't afford, if you're in the retail business, you can't afford for everybody to vest. You've got too many employees. So everybody talks about, we want zero turnover. If you're an ESOP, you don't want zero turnover. You can't afford zero turnover. So many of our companies do have a low level of turnover, and the insurance group would be a good example, and our two construction companies. And that's primarily because they've been in the ESOP longer, over 20 years. They've been in the ESOP, and I think you've got that, the employees talking to the new employees about, hey, you need to see what this benefit's worth. You need to understand what this benefit's truly worth to you. Even though there's little turnover there, I'm going to shift this a little bit. I'm going to talk about a little operational business here. Coming along with that little turnover in the insurance group and in our construction group, it makes their dividends to the holding company that much more important. They've got an ESOP obligation that's larger in a proportionate way than the other companies, so it's important that they at least cover their ESOP through dividends, and that's one way that we make sure we've got that ESOP obligation, those checks that we write every spring, covered. We don't make a habit of selling companies, but if we were to, it'd be because that gap has gotten negative or something like that. It's so.
You segued nicely into ownership culture there, and I'd like you to share your wow story or culture communication at Houchin's. That word has a lot of meaning.
The wow story. You want the stories, not my retirement stories, but
Yeah.
You want a couple of the retirement stories? All right, I love those. Now, the folks that went through the Commonwealth Brands transaction, obviously they're not our typical retiree, but these are the couple of the wow stories. We had an employee that retired. He'd been there 44 years. Started right when the ESOP was started in '88, and retired with mid seven figures. And his dream and his wife's dream, this was at age 60. They had a farm that they had owned for some time, been paying on, but they wanted to build a house there, and to be able to build a house that they could host their grandkids and their kids, and have the pool and have everything right there where they could keep them there, and they were able to do that. They can afford that because of that retirement. The other was our receptionist, and she was a character, and she talked about her balance way too much, but. But anyway, she went home. She had low to mid seven figures, and her goal was she had 3 daughters, and her goal for them was to travel. And sure enough, I mean, she had trips lined up the day that she got her checks, and they've traveled all over the world. They've traveled all over the United States. So that's a terrific story, one that makes me smile. And she still comes in. She still comes in and visits. We've got our Blue Envelope Day, is what we call it, our statement day, this Friday, and can't wait to get back to that. That's something that we celebrate throughout the company. each individual subsidiary is tasked with putting on a celebration of some sort. And most of them revolve around food, obviously, and then they'll have some kind of an activity. But that's a big day, and everybody gets their statements at the same time. We coordinate this thing like a Broadway musical or something, but I think it's 10 o'clock on Friday. Everybody gets their statements. So
That's super exciting. And what's the number this year
the
of distributions?
let's see, you talking about the number of statements?
Yeah. No, the bulk dollar amount of the distributions this year.
Oh, now that will be our payouts, not our statements. Our payouts be almost $120 million in May and June. That's the obligation we have to cover every year before we do any investing, any growing. So we're proud of that number. Very proud to pay it out.
That's a lot of economics going in and across America. Thank you. Leslie, can you talk more about the culture and how that works at Lewis Tree? Because it seems like your workers are dispersed all over the place.
Yeah, it's the very definition of distributed workforce, but I think it affects our culture from top to bottom. The people in corporate realize they are there to serve operations. Lewis doesn't happen in an office in Rochester. That's where we sign some contracts, make sure you get paid. Everybody loves to get paid. Love those payroll people. We do the finances, things like that. But really what the customer buys is the trimmer and the branch manager out there in the field making it happen. And so, making sure that they feel valued. They'll say, at Lewis, I don't feel like a number. I feel like I'm treated well. When they call and they want a problem solved, we respond. If we have employee issues in the field, we dispatch HR, get out there, deal with it, and help them feel heard. It's very, very different than many of our competitors just from the employee experience and what we expect from our leadership. We have a must be present to win. You got to be out in the field. But then we say, hey, that's our truck. So why don't you take care of it? Because that's not, there is no Mr. Lewis. That's our truck. So if you're not taking good care of it and not maintaining it, that's a problem for all of us. And you'll see when that culture really steeps into a group. And then we have our customer promise and taking good care of our customers. So we're invited back tomorrow. And it's a real pride point. And for us, we go, no one wants a storm, but you sure want us to come clean it up when it happens. And it's a real pride point for our team to be there and take care of those communities and be first responders. And it's just part of our ethos. And even our corporate teams will be round the clock to make sure that our field folks are successful. So it's the most teamwork-oriented group I've ever had the pleasure to be with. And it's all centered around the ownership.
This morning, I was talking to Leslie about the difference of working for a big public company and an ESOP company, and she shared a term that I'd never used, and I absolutely love it, and it's called organ rejection. And I thought it was so great.
Mary asked a question about, do you have what people I would call climbers, right? Do you have a problem with folks coming in and wanting to climb over other people and being a little aggressive about their own career? I said, no, because at Lewis, it would be organ rejection. That would people would not tolerate that. They don't like it. I've seen, we've made one or two hires that were questionable, and often they sort themselves out before we have to deal with it because they don't like it. They don't want to be there. If it's all about you, you're not. And we've even had interview candidates not come to the next round because our office wasn't fancy enough or they didn't feel corporate enough. I'm like, well, yeah, that I won't want an office where our frontline workers would feel uncomfortable, our general foreman, our frontline supervisors would feel uncomfortable coming to training, right? It's a waste of money. We don't need something fancy. So it's been, if it's all about you, we'll spit you out like that.
Whew. All right. Business continuity. Again, as I mentioned earlier, being employee-owned is not your operating strategy, leadership strategy, governance strategy, and it has the same challenges. So I was going to ask each of you to talk about growth, because you have to grow to be able to continue to drive shareholder value. Maybe Deanne, start with you.
You can't survive without growth. I mean, I think that's as important a topic as we're going to talk about today as far as sustainability goes. If you're not growing through acquisitions or organically, growth's growth, then you're shrinking because your repurchase obligation is growing. I promise you, it's growing. Our company went through a period of terrific growth through the Commonwealth Brands transaction, and then we stagnated for 8 to 10 years there, and I was telling them this morning that the value of our company declined. The actual equity fair market value of our company declined. It's because we weren't growing. We were eating ourselves. We were paying out repurchase obligation following that Commonwealth Brands transaction. Proud to say that's not the case today, but it can happen, and it's no fault. I'm not blaming anyone at the time because the cash was going, as I mentioned a while ago, your first obligations, that repurchase obligation, that's where the cash was going. So it's hard to manage. There are many ways to grow your ESOP, and we've done them all. I think we've probably checked all the boxes. Love an ESOP merger. That'd be my first choice because of the limited amount of cash outflow. That requires a lot of expertise, and it can be intimidating. Our staff we have 6 people at the holding company, and 4 are CPAs. I have an accounting degree and a banking background. So we still get help with transactions. And we know what we're doing. We still get help. They're that complex, but they're also worth it because of the cash that you keep on the balance sheet. You can also buy less than 100% of a company. You know, that'd be an investment. They would not be involved in the ESOP. The participants the employees would not be participants in the ESOP. The challenge there is getting the right partner. Well, we're blessed with one of our larger investments. We have the perfect partner. However, I've thought about that and how fortunate we are. If we had the wrong partner, it'd be a nightmare. It absolutely would be a nightmare. So that's one to tread lightly, but it's a terrific way to grow your company because there's no ESOP repurchase obligation tied to those dividends that they pay. So then the other way is you can leverage an investment banker, and
we're not all bad.
We know them. Well, we know them all. I think we know them all. We get contacts from them every day. The challenge there, I think, is you can go shopping and you can get exactly what you want. You're going to pay what it's worth. You're going to pay top dollar. There's no bargains. There's no discounts. That's your job to get top dollar for your client, and I appreciate that. But that's the challenge there, is that you're absolutely going to pay top dollar. But me and my president, we joke all the time that we don't get to buy at the bottom. Nothing's ever for sale at the bottom. So then lastly, and this tends to work best, is you can buy directly from the owner. If you're fortunate enough to have a referral or know somebody to get your foot in the door with just an owner, more than likely that person, if they're not going through an investment banker, then they're probably anti-private equity. It's been my experience. They don't want a private equity person to own their company or company to own their company. And so they're thinking about their employees, and that is absolutely a home run for an ESOP to have that opportunity to buy a company that is looking out for their employees, because that's what we're going to do. So,
Yeah, I see a lot of business owners dating. So being out there like you are today, telling your story, having your business unit leaders telling their story, and who wouldn't want to be part of that? Leslie?
Yeah, for us, it's the same thing. How do we use the capital that we build up? Well, it's best to create more employee ownership, to buy more companies, to expand, to diversify. One day we want to be Houchins. Now we have 2 companies, and we'll continue to add more. But as we started last year, we did our first big acquisition for us, not huge, nothing like you, but a fencing company. And it's great because it creates a hedge. It creates, more opportunity. It increases our value. But also, in looking for that, we realize the owner that with tears in their eyes talks about their employees, who's built this business with their blood, sweat, and tears. That's our owner. And we found a great match. This husband and wife team he's been building fence since he was 18. And the business was really successful. It was too much to manage. And to have our back office support that we can offer, it's like, well, I'd love to bid in this state, but setting up the licenses is a pain. Like, we got that. That's nothing. IT is a real pain in the butt. We got that. QuickBooks is probably not big enough for a multi-billion-dollar company. Agree with you. We got that. And so being able to take all of the headache of running a business and let this guy get back to what he loves, which is working with customers, working with employees. And this is a tough cowboy out in Colorado who choked up so bad his wife had to take over on the day we announced the ESOP to his employees. right? And there are people who've built these businesses who would love to put it in those kind of hands. He's still very instrumental, running it today, but his dreams are being lived out. He said, I knew it could be bigger, but I couldn't do it myself. And then to see his team get to benefit, and they're going to get their first statements from us in May, is just so powerful. And we're excited to do that again and again and let the businesses support and help each other. And then being part of the ESOP community. We're now buying some fence parts from one of Dion's businesses after we met. We hope we're getting the family price. But I will say the growth obligation.
We only own half of that company, by the way.
But
We'll do our part.
It was better than their competitor. But the real growth part and the whole thing about leading an ESOP is it's the responsibility to do it right for me is, and for I'm sure all leaders, is so serious because that's someone's retirement money and you know them. And so we've got to get it right, and it's all hands on deck. And it is a different obligation that's both exciting but got a lot of gravity.
I want to echo what you said about you're
family
you're
discount?
tough guy. You're tough. No, you're tough. You're a tough guy owner in Colorado. I reviewed a video. I told you this Friday's our statement date. I reviewed a video last night from one of the owners of a company we purchased 2 years ago, and where they're just now getting their first ESOP statement. And he was so proud. I mean, he was front and center through the whole video, talking about employee ownership, how fortunate they were to find us, which I appreciated. But it was really touched my heart. So
We're so blessed with those employee ownership stories and to be part of it. I think we have time for a couple of questions, Maureen. If the people would like to ask Deanne or Leslie anything. Are we live stream yet? Here we got a question right here.
1 second. I want to ask you a very serious question, Leslie. You said you're a minority-owned company. What kind of minority? Accent minority? I was just curious.
So we are.
Just a funny statement.
Yeah, so we are, our ownership demographics are, majority, right? So we are 52% Hispanic, another 7% Black African American. And that's not even including the women, the veterans, the other categories. But that's when you go and look at the shares, and that's actual holdings. So who owns our shares? No one person owns more than 1% of our shares. And when you add that up, that is how the ownership stacks up, which is pretty exciting. Those are all the families that we're impacting, and most of that is craft workers. So it's great that when the company succeeds, those people today out in the cold or sweating or wherever they are, out in the elements working, will benefit from that.
And you said you're in Colorado.
We fence companies in Colorado. We're in actually 27 states. So there's somebody in some kind of weather somewhere all the time.
Is there another question? All right. So do you have one? You're good? Okay. Thank you. Ownership advantage. Thanks to Aspen Institute and Rutgers for putting this day together for everyone, and to the live audience and to our virtual attendees. Leslie and Deanne, exceptional leadership and so kindly telling the story of the power of employee ownership. Wish the best to both of you and your very blessed employee owners. Thank you, Maureen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd like to introduce Jim Bonham, who is President and Chief Executive Officer of the ESOP Association. The ESOP Association is the voice of thousands of employee-owned firms in every state and the leading advocacy organization on ESOPs. Jim is thus in a unique position to tell you what his members have on their minds. Jim has held many senior leadership positions in congressional offices, including being Chief of Staff and congressional staff on many offices, and we're just delighted to have him talk about his wide experience. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Joseph. My comments say good morning, but it's afternoon now. I really appreciate the opportunity to come here and briefly address this group, and I want to thank Maureen, Conway, and Matt Helmer for sponsoring the Ideas Forum and for once again inviting me to speak. This is now the third Aspen Ideas Conference, and for those of you who have heard me speak here before, you know that I can be rather direct. But each year, I also expect that as a result, I will not be invited back again the next year. But Maureen prevailed, and here I am again, but I promise again I will nevertheless continue to speak candidly. And recently, one of my all-time favorite senators, Alan Simpson, passed away. Being from Wyoming, my family knew Al well, and in the employee ownership community, it's almost gospel that we are a big tent movement, that everyone should be inside the tent. And it reminds me of a meeting I attended with Al once, where a group came in, and they started by noting that they were a big tent community, believing that this would ingratiate them to him. But Al, in his folksy, comical way, quickly dispatched that illusion by observing that in Wyoming, you learn that if your tent is too big, you're just leaving room for a bunch of rattlesnakes and grizzly bears. And you don't want either of them crawling into your bed. Folks, ESOPs are a precious thing. As an economic and policy idea, they are uncommon. Politicians on the left, the right, and the middle all agree that supporting ESOPs is good public policy. In our big tent efforts, I am fearful that we are becoming too loose in our delineation of what is and what is not employee ownership. We are allowing terms and concepts to become fuzzy around the edges in an effort to make a bigger tent. And I'm going to take just one form of employee ownership, the American ESOP, as an example, because that is the community of employee owners and businesses that I represent. It also happens to be the largest, by far, cohort of employee-owned businesses and employee owners by an extreme magnitude. An ESOP is a very specific thing. It has very specific requirements. An ESOP is required to have individual accounts for each plan participant. ESOP is required to tell those plan participants what their ownership allocation is every year. It must disclose how those allocations are made. It must tell the employees how much their ownership interest is worth every year. It must have an independent trustee and fiduciary who is accountable to those employee owners and holds the authority to act on their behalf. It is required to pay those employees the value they hold in their accounts if they leave the company, not just at retirement, but any time they leave the company. These are just some of the requirements. Now, why are these things required? Because they are some of the elements necessary to ensure that the public derives good in exchange for the favorable tax status provided to our ESOPs. Most specifically, the public interest in ESOPs was to create a mechanism by which average employees would enjoy more secure retirements because they are not only receiving wages, but they receive a growing interest in the value of the company that they're helping to build. This, in turn, would reduce the public exposure to the harm and cost associated with Americans being financially insecure in an old age, which was a serious problem in 1974 when ERISA and ESOPs were created. And you know what? Congress got it right. In the last 50 years, we have learned that ESOPs result in significantly more financial resources in retirement. They result in local job retention. They result in greater productivity, lower turnover. They result in local wealth retention, contributing significantly to the local economic multiplier effect, especially within our rural communities. They result in better employee benefits and a higher quality work environment that actually leads to better health outcomes. And the list goes on and on. And these benefits, this public good, has been proven through rigorous research conducted on actual ESOPs. Now, I've brought with me today a very useful thing. This is a pen. Pens are amazing. Who doesn't love a good pen? They make marks on paper, and you can write with them. Pens are said to be mightier than the sword. Y'all see my pen, right? This is ridiculous. We all know this isn't a pen. It's a pencil. It has no ink. It's made of wood and graphite. The marks that it makes can be erased and changed. Now, that doesn't make it bad, but I look silly standing up here calling this a pen when it's clearly a pencil. ESOPs have built a great deal of goodwill here in Washington. ESOPs have a very positive brand. For decades, through hard work and proven success, through research, we have proven and built a great deal of political capital. And for these reasons, the ESOP concept has become attractive to become associated with. We must jealously guard against false association with ESOPs and employee ownership. Merely calling something an ESOP does not make it so. Labeling something an ESOP or employee ownership does not mean it will produce the same outcomes or public good that ESOPs have produced. Now, I am a huge fan, and I mean this genuinely, of what Pete Stavros and KKR have done with a small portion of their investment portfolio in recent years. Ingersoll Rand is a powerful representation of what happens when private investors choose to align their interests with their employees through a modest grant of equity. Investors benefit when they include employees in the upside of the growth and value they are helping to create. When Pete put in place the shared equity arrangement at Ingersoll Rand, turnover dropped, productivity increased, and when the company sold, some of that return was shared with those employees. And for some of those employees, it was genuinely life-changing. This is a very good outcome. It was an excellent management tool, but it is not an ESOP. It was progressive problem-solving for investors who face turnover and productivity issues. But these arrangements are not ESOPs. Why? What's missing? There's not a contract telling the employees what they do or don't own. There's no annual valuation disclosing to employees what their interest is worth. There's no fiduciary responsible for protecting the employees' interests. There's little to no transparency about the terms and conditions under which the employees may be paid. The employees don't get paid when they retire or leave the company. In fact, the entire goal is the opposite of permanence. They only get paid when the company gets sold. Now, it doesn't make these bad arrangements or something that should not be celebrated. But again, they are not ESOPs any more than this pencil is a pen. Now, why does this matter? Why do I talk about this? Because despite not being ESOPs, these types of arrangements are now being promoted as ESOPs for purposes of changing public policy. And that, the ESOP Association and our millions of employee owners and their companies cannot and will not abide. And here's why. There are two changes that are being sought in broad strokes. The first is an exemption from government and fiduciary oversight of the employee interests in these companies. No valuation requirements, no repurchase obligations, no annual disclosures or reporting. Second, they're seeking tax offsets equal to the value of the equity grant being made to the employees. Fundamentally, these private equity investment firms that institute these types of plan schemes want the taxpayer to provide the funding. This would almost certainly rise into the hundreds of billions of dollars, because why wouldn't you put in place a plan like this if Uncle Sam's going to pay the bill? The investors get the benefit of higher productivity, less turnover, better culture, and likely a higher return realized over a shorter period of time. The employees get a potential windfall when the company gets sold. But what about the taxpayer? What do we get? We get the bill. It is a transfer payment from the Treasury to a handful of employees lucky enough to work at one of these companies when it gets sold. And there is zero evidence that we get the same public good, such as local job retention. In fact, it is quite the opposite, because the goal is to sell the company, not to ground it in the local economy. There's no evidence it will create more secure retirements, A big payday today does not mean a more secure retirement 15 years from now. In fact, experience tells us it is much more likely to mean a fancy new truck or boat in the driveway. But what really concerns me most is that if private investors are given this new tool for free, they will use it to buy out existing ESOPs and companies that would likely become ESOPs because they are most culturally aligned with this type of a mindset. The leading topic among ESOP CEOs is how to defend themselves from unwanted takeovers by private equity investors. If private equity is given the ability to go to an ESOP trustee and tell that trustee, not only will we pay you a multiple over your current valuation, which tend to be rather conservative to begin with, but your employees will still have an ownership stake after the acquisition. Those trustees who are already having a difficult time fending off private equity offers all the time will find it nearly impossible to say no. But there's even more reason why we oppose these tax breaks for private investors. Because by adding billions in additional taxpayer cost under the umbrella of ESOPs, they're putting at risk the very real and proven benefits of actual ESOPs, especially S-corporation ESOPs. ESOPs receive very modest tax incentives compared to the public good they create. And those incentives are largely, if not entirely, recovered when the employees receive their distributions as ordinary income in retirement and pay taxes as ordinary income. There's even an argument to be made that the increased ordinary income taxes being paid by employee owners is greater than the taxes that the corporation would have been paid had the ESOP not existed. By putting in place a private equity tax benefit and calling it an ESOP, the currently modest ESOP incentives get lumped into a much larger and more expensive pool. So look out next time that the Finance and Ways and Means Committee need revenues. Now listen, I love grizzly bears. I think they're cool to see at a distance, but I don't want them in my tent. And folks, this is not a pen, and those aren't ESOPs. Thank you for having me. Enjoy your conference. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Jim. I'm glad that I can always count on you to be direct and to share your incredible passion for ESOPs and for expanding the opportunity for people to participate in them. It is now time for lunch. So I just want to quickly note that lunch is available and you do not have to stay in this tiny little room. There is a cafe on this floor. There's a cafeteria downstairs. I'm not exactly sure where those things are, but there are people outside the door who do know where they are and can help you find them. So please be back in half an hour. It's only half an hour for lunch. We'll be back at 1:10. We have a lot more to talk about, a lot more things to think about, where we agree, where we disagree, and how do we move forward. Thank you all.
I'm thrilled to welcome my fellow panelists for a conversation around the role of employee ownership in helping secure some of our most critical industries, a topic that has become only more important in the last several years. I'd like to briefly introduce my panelists, and then I'll offer some brief remarks before we dive in. First, we have Greg Graves, the former CEO of Burns & McDonnell, and also the author of Create Amazing. You can find copies of those books out front, and now you know what Greg looks like, so you can get an autograph. We also have Mike Garvey to his left, the former CEO of M7 Technologies outside of Youngstown, Ohio. Mike was originally going to drive from Youngstown this morning. I'm glad he didn't, because he might have spent more time waiting in line than he would have on the ride over. But we're glad to have Mike with us today from Youngstown. To my immediate left, we're joined by Fidan Kurtulus, who is a professor of economics at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. And then finally, Chris Griswold, policy director at American Compass. So, why are we having this conversation about critical industries and industrial strategy at an employee ownership event? And I thought I just wanted to briefly set the table that, as many of you in this room know and those at home, we've been in this bipartisan moment of reindustrializing America, a shared bipartisan interest in reshoring American manufacturing, strengthening our supply chains, and particularly in this moment of macroeconomic volatility, we know as employee ownership advocates that employee-owned businesses aren't known empirically for their resilience benefits, and we have some scholarship here that can shed even more light on that. And so it's increasingly, in my view, at least, become clear that as the employee ownership community, we have an authentic connection to these issues, that if we want to have strong supply chains and if we want to have a robust manufacturing sector, then we ought to make sure that employee ownership is as maximally a viable business succession opportunity as possible. And as we all know, sitting here in DC, public policy has a critical role to play in that. So I'd like to first hand it off to Greg. Greg, if you could tell us a little bit about Burns and McDonnell and your role in the field, and then if you could riff a little bit on our macroeconomic context and how, in your view, that ties into an employee ownership conversation.
I'll do it. Thanks for having me. Thank you, Dr. Blasi, for having me today. Burns and McDonnell became employee-owned at 88 years old. It was about 650 people, $30 million revenue, 3 offices across the U.S. 1 year later, it was 600 people, 83% in debt, and the price went down 37%. Tough times can be good for employee-owned companies, like it can be for good leaders, like it can be for good athletes, and maybe all of us. 7 years later, we were out of debt. We were 900 people, and our stock price had grown 400%. Tough times can be good things for employee-owned companies. I became the CEO of Burns McDonnell in 2004. We were 1,500 people at the time, $300 million in revenue. All we really did in my time was cheerlead the hell out of it. Leadership matters in employee-owned companies, and it matters more than in other companies. Employee ownership has to be sold. And we sold it, and we sold it hard. And then we just let it go free. 13 years later, we were 6,500 people. We were $3 billion in revenue. And not once in 13 years did our return to our employee owners was less than 20%. So we grew employment 4x. We grew revenue 10x. And usually when you grow revenue 10x and cost 4x, that's really good for the owner. And it was really good for our owners. But all the success Burns McDonnell had, going from 3 offices to 50 in that period of time and 3 other countries, it was only exactly what Dr. Joseph Blasi and the researchers at Rutgers predicted we would do. Our success was predictable. And I think that's why we, as a group, can come to this town and say, if you will do these things, we will make America better in all the ways you're looking for right now, whether it's manufacturing or whatever. Rather than protect these companies through some means, why don't we look for ways to make them better, make them more global, make them more competitive? In my time at Burns McDonnell on the ground floor, and in my research for my book, Create Amazing, there were 2 profound things that, in my opinion, I discovered, which probably weren't discoveries. But one is that employee-owned companies will outperform our international competition over and over again, and will do it profoundly. So if that's what we're interested in this town, we have a great solution for that. Thomas Jefferson saw it in the harbors of the East Coast watching fishermen, and we can see it today in industry after industry after industry. Macroeconomically, we can't sit here in this room and say employee ownership is more important than trade policy, or we'd have a bigger room.
we can't say in this room that employee ownership is more important than tax policy or maybe even interest rate policy. But isn't it time that in this town we're not the 15th most important strategy for the economy of the U.S., for creating a broader tax base, for creating greater wealth within our country? You heard it talked about earlier. One group seems to only care about the size of the pie, and the other group only seems to care that the pie is split up evenly. But poor and equal isn't the goal. The goal is a bigger pie and an evenly produced bigger pie as we go. And all of those things are what we do. All of the great issues in this town right now that are being talked about, whether they are problems or not, are things that we address. And so no, we're not going to make 300 million employee owners in America, even if they were all ESOPs, thanks to Jim. But what if there were 10 million more? What if there were 20 million more? We would make more than a dent in America's retirement issues, in America's wealth, and what's often forgotten in America's philanthropy. I've never met a group of people more philanthropic than employee owners from ESOPs. Thanks for having me, Jack.
Well, thank you, Greg. Finan, I want to go to you next. Greg's claiming that we're going to, as employee-owned companies, outperform the international competition over and over again. You've been knee-deep in the empirical data on these questions. You've produced some of the leading scholarship in this area. I know you have some prepared remarks to share with us to give us a sort of a broad landscape of what that data tells us. I'd like to hand it off to you.
Great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's such an honor to be here today. As Jack said, my name is Fidan Kurtulis, and I'm a professor of economics at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, where I'm also the founding director of the Center for Employment Equity. I've been doing research on the correlates and consequences of broad-based employee equity ownership for the past 15 years. And I've also had the fortune of being involved in the Rutgers Institute for Employee Ownership for almost that long. Today, I was tasked with speaking about what the research evidence has to say on how employee ownership can strengthen and retain manufacturing and the industrial base of our economy. And so I want to talk a little bit about the economic research evidence on that. I'm going to first start off with the prevalence of broad-based employee equity ownership in the U.S. economy. Then I'm going to talk about how employee ownership can improve employment stability in all sectors of the U.S. economy, the relationship between employee ownership and worker productivity, and finally, I'm going to conclude with my most recent research on the manufacturing industry using U.S. Census data. Okay, so first, regarding prevalence. According to the 2022 wave of the General Social Survey, which is a national survey collected by the National Opinion Research Center at the University of Chicago, 24.5 million employees at for-profit companies own some stock in the company where they work. This amounts to about 20% of workers at these companies holding company stock. 25.7% of all employees in durable manufacturing and 27.5% of all employees in non-durable manufacturing report owning stock in their company. Data from the 2022 wave of the Department of Labor's Form 5500 pension database shows that there are 10.9 million employee share owners in over 6,000 companies with ESOPs. So this suggests that ESOPs are one of the largest forms of employee share ownership within the employee share ownership phenomenon in the United States. The 2022 Form 5500 also reveals that 2.5 million, or about 23% of these 10.9 million employees in the US are in manufacturing firms. So we spent the morning and the first part of the afternoon hearing about anecdotal evidence on the benefits of employee ownership. A couple of years ago, I wrote a book with Professor Doug Cruz at Rutgers University, showing that firms with broad-based employee equity ownership provided greater employment stability to their workers during the recessions of 2001 and 2008. That is, when faced with negative shocks, employee ownership firms were less likely to fire their workers than firms without employee ownership. We looked at all publicly traded firms during this decade of analysis from 1999 to 2011, which included these two recessions, one of which was the Great Recession. We used the Form 5500 pension records from the Department of Labor. And I just want to give you a couple of numbers, some estimates of the effect of employee ownership, which we found. So we found firms without employee ownership in their defined contribution plans decreased employment by 3%, in contrast to firms with any employee ownership, which decreased employment by only 2.8%, and firms with any ESOPs decreased employment by only 1.7%. So the overall pattern here is that firms with employee ownership were more likely to retain workers, more likely to provide employment stability to their workers when faced with financial distress. We also found that employee ownership firms were more likely to survive through these recessions. Firms with employee ownership were only 78.6% as likely as those with no employee ownership to disappear over the decade that we analyzed. Furthermore, the share of the firm owned by employees had a big impact on firm survival. Firms where the share of the firm owned by employees was 5% or more were only 77% as likely to disappear as firms with less than 5% share of employee ownership. So what is the big picture here? We're finding that employee ownership is linked to greater employment stability and greater likelihood of firm survival through recessionary periods. And this means that there are strong positive externalities of employee ownership on the overall economy, which include things like reducing unemployment and thereby its harmful effects on communities, like higher crime and lower tax base for supporting infrastructure and public goods, lowering government expenditures on unemployment compensation and other forms of support for dislocated workers and economically stressed families, and boosting consumer purchasing power and aggregate demand for greater macroeconomic stability under recessionary pressures. Therefore, there is a clear justification for widespread government support to broaden the prevalence of employee ownership in our society. And so we support introducing tax policies that would create greater incentives for firms to adopt broad-based employee share ownership, and introducing programs that can spread information about the benefits of employee ownership and how employee ownership programs can be set up at firms. I want to conclude with just a couple of remarks about my most recent project using U.S. Census data. So here we're looking at the following question. When workers have ownership stakes in the companies where they work, does labor productivity rise? So for now, we're looking at this very specific thing, effect of ESOP adoption on labor productivity. We are looking at this fundamental question using the largest data compilation effort to date on employee equity ownership in the United States, where we're linking data from the U.S. Census and the U.S. Department of Labor. And we think that this is the next big thing for impact investing in ESOPs. We link workplace-level microdata from the U.S. Census Management and Organizational Practices Survey, the U.S. Longitudinal Business Database, the American Survey of Manufacturers, and the U.S. Department of Labor's Form 5500 pension database. Because we're using confidential census data, we have to be very careful about what information we disclose. And there are a couple of results that have passed the census, U.S. Census's disclosure procedures. So I'm allowed to talk about them here. Specifically, we find that adopting an employee stock ownership plan is associated with a 10.7% increase in labor productivity from 2010 to 2015. This amounts to an average increase of 2.14% per year. This is very significant. Furthermore, a $100,000 increase in ESOP assets per active employee is associated with 6.47% increase in labor productivity. We also look at management practices at these workplaces and find that high-performance workplace practices go hand in hand with the efficacy of broad-based employee ownership. Many of these results have previously been shown in other studies, but not using this very detailed census data that we now have access to. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Finan. I don't think it's possible to overstate how important some of these findings are, particularly the latest and greatest on the labor productivity piece. So, what I'm hearing is Greg, both from intuition and experience, is saying we can beat the competition both domestically and internationally. And if you got a 10% labor productivity premium, and the data backs it up in a statistically significant way, that's pretty compelling. Let's go back to the company perspective. Mike, I want to bring you in. As I mentioned, you're coming from Youngstown, Ohio, which, as we know, is the heart of the industrial heartland. It's been on the wrong end of so many of these offshoring dynamics and the consequences both for workers but also the community writ large. Tell me about how M7 Technologies initially became an ESOP. What was that journey like, and how has, as the company has continued to grow, how has that sort of been an antidote of sorts?
Sure, thank you. So I think that I'd like to give a little background to M7 first. I'm third generation in manufacturing business. My grandfather started a bronze foundry in 1918 to supply the steel mills in probably a 60-mile radius. I think he said that there were 23 independent steel mills at that time. And, so my dad worked at U.S. Steel right out of school during World War II, came to work with his father, my grandfather, and that was in 1944, 45. And I was very fortunate to be raised in a very prosperous situation. And back then, Youngstown was known as the home for home ownership. We had the highest home ownership in the country at that time. And so I went to school, and I was originally going to study engineering, and no offense, but I found it to not be a good fit for me. And so I took some summer school courses in Cambridge and came back to Michigan State and decided I was going to major in finance with minors in economics and accounting. And my lifelong dream was to work on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. I graduated in 1983 and put some Youngstown grit in the mix, and I hustled a job on the trading floor. And I was there for a couple of years until my dad got sick. So I decided to leave my job in New York and come back to Ohio and help my parents out. When I got there, my dad was in reverse isolation in the hospital. They didn't know exactly what his condition was, but it was not good. My mom was beside herself. So we dug in, 100-hour weeks, taking the foundry truck and, driving it from Chicago to New Jersey to Kentucky to Middletown to Cleveland, Pittsburgh, all of that. And we finally got the foundry turned around and just as we had it turned around, we had a disastrous fire that we were the casualty of the fire. So we had a small machine shop, and we got to work on that too. So long story short, we went, fast forward, maybe 15 years later, and we decided that we were going to build a brand new shop and plant. And I'll never forget the night that I came back from meeting with the banks and telling my wife, "You're not going to believe how much money the bank's going to lend us." And so, fortunate, my wife's father was an entrepreneur also, and he had a saying: borrow as much as you can for as long as you can, and pay it off as fast as you can. So we adopted that approach in the financing of the company, and we just dug in, built a brand new facility. We based it on technology. We had the legacy internal tribal type knowledge of, from the United States and from steel manufacturing, and more importantly, heavy industrial manufacturing. And we were able to then introduce leading edge technology that elevated that tribal knowledge to tribal knowledge plus technology. And as a result, we were very successful on it. So fast forward to a few years ago, my brother Lee, who was an MD PhD, he had his PhD in cardiovascular physiology, electrobiophysics. He died of a heart attack, My dad died of a cardiac instance. My mom died of a cardiac. So I said to my wife, I am not going to try to disprove genetics. we have to start thinking about an exit plan here. So right around COVID time, so we took it about a year to get the books together and start, figuring out how we were going to do this. And we hired a business broker, and we talked to a bunch of private equity. And the more I got involved with private equity, the less I liked them. So if there's any private equity in here, I'm sure you're good people, but I don't like you. So we went through several, starts and stops with private equity, and to the point that I just told the business broker, we're going to end this relationship. We're going to figure out something. My outside accountant said, hey, you guys have the perfect culture. You're set up perfectly for an ESOP. Why don't you start looking at that? So at the time, I'd been asked to serve on the National Advisory Board for the MEP program. If you're all familiar with that, it's a manufacturing extension partnership. It's out of NIST. And so in my due diligence, before I accepted that request, I was looking through their previous meetings minute, and I found that there was a presentation on ESOPs, and I made contact with a person that made that presentation, and all of a sudden, the skies opened up, the sun came down. I said, this is perfect, because in my research prior to building M7 with all of that available credit, I did a self-directed research project. I wanted to know why certain companies succeeded and other companies failed. Why did Walmart do so well and Kmart have to file bankruptcy? Why did Federal Express do so well and the U.S. Post Office has problems? I wanted to figure that out. And the data that precipitated from that research was it was all about culture. So then I started to think about and read about culture, and we were very fortunate to have been successful in establishing a great culture. We have basically zero turnover. Our employees stay with us forever. We treat our employees like professionals, like they are, and that's not really common in Youngstown. Youngstown's a gritty, hardcore community. They've been through a lot of difficulties, and So they tend to, everybody's in it for themselves and things like that. And we wanted to disprove that. And I think we did that very well. So that's why we went with an ESOP, to make sure that we covered and protected the employees.
Well, thank you, Mike. And just one word just came to mind as I listened to your remarks and story, which is resilience, right? It's a word that we've heard, and I think every speaker thus far, both personally, but also how that infused itself in the DNA of the company. And so, thank you for sharing that. I want to go over to Chris.
We call it perseverance.
Perseverance. All right, I'll take that too. So we've heard from a couple from the leadership perspective, Chris. We've heard from the academic perspective. You've given a whole lot of time from a policy analysis standpoint in your writing and thinking around, as part of this broader project of how do we reindustrialize and become productive again. What's the role of the American worker in that project? And in particular, what's the role of technology and in the intersection of technology and automation with the American worker? And I'd be curious if you could share some of your thinking around those issues and how employee ownership sort of scrambles the equation in some positive ways.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I would love to turn this just into a session where we bash private equity, but I don't think they're going to be happy if we do that.
Let's roll.
Let's do. I think one of the things that struck me just listening to all three of you speak about culture, about enhanced labor productivity. I don't know. I'm sure you can't reveal yet why that is or what the thesis is, but I have to assume at least part of it is due to employee satisfaction and employees being more engaged. And that's about how employees feel, about how workers feel, what they believe about their relationship to their employer, what they believe about their relationship to the American economy. I think that's reflected in your comments about culture as well. And I think that has everything to do with this larger project of reindustrialization that we're facing in this political moment, I think quite rightly. You mentioned earlier that, why is employee ownership, secondary to like trade policy, for example. I would argue, I think can be and should be very much related to these major questions that we're facing right now about tariffs and what they are for and whether they will help reshore manufacturing. American politics right now is dominated by the question of did we make a mistake in offshoring production? It seems like the consensus is yes. And should we do something to undo that? It seems like the bipartisan consensus is also yes. I think that's right. And one of the things that you see in the political debate, I think, is a lot of bad arguments for why manufacturing matters. And I want to drill down on that a little bit and then connect the dots. You hear, I think, some people make a crass argument that manufacturing, restoring American manufacturing might and productive capacity matters because manufacturing jobs are good jobs and we want more of those good jobs. I think it's a mistake because nostalgia for the kind of assembly line jobs of the 50s is not the argument here. The reasons why manufacturing matters, I think, are much deeper and more systemic. They matter because being able to produce things affects our ability to innovate. It's because of the way that productive capacity roots local economies, especially in struggling regions that have lost that productive capacity. It matters for economic resilience and supply chain resilience. It matters for national security reasons. It's not a jobs program. It's because of the unique role that manufacturing plays in a healthy economy. And one of the things that means is that we should be looking at high-tech manufacturing. Like, it is a good thing if we bring factories back and there are fewer workers in them than there used to be because we have automated, because we've embraced productivity-enhancing technology. That's not bad. That's good. That serves the role that manufacturing should be playing in our economy. And I say all that to get to this point is that once you get there, that restoring manufacturing is good, but it doesn't necessarily mean more manufacturing jobs. You're starting to put your finger on a really salient political tension, which is workers' fear of being replaced by productivity-enhancing technology. And that is a highly, highly relevant tension that I think is latent in our politics that has not been resolved. It flashes at points like the longshoremen's labor dispute recently, where workers are afraid of being replaced. That's valid. it is also valid to say that like manufacturing productivity has declined in the U.S. for the last several years. That's insane. That's crazy. And one of the reasons is because of a reluctance to embrace new technology. So you have this tension that is potentially standing right in the way of exactly the kind of turn back to manufacturing that we need. And one of the reasons I am so intrigued and fascinated by employee ownership is because of its capacity potentially to help ameliorate that tension. And I think, your research is highly evocative, right, on this point, is that when workers feel a certain set of ways about their relationship to their employer, their attitudes towards a whole bunch of things change, and one of those things is technology. So I'm fascinated by this growing body of research that indicates that employee-owned companies have a different attitude towards productivity-enhancing technology among their workers than non-employee-owned companies, because the way a worker conceptualizes their role in that situation is totally different. If you believe your employer sees you as just a widget, a factor of production to be replaced by a cheaper one if possible, you have every incentive to resist that. If you see yourself as aligned with the interests of your employer because you're a part owner of the business, that's an entirely different calculus. And so you see in some of this research, there is enthusiasm for new technology among employee-owned businesses, at least more so than the alternative, which makes sense. And you see, Mondragon is a classic example, for example, where this technology is embraced. It's not used as an excuse to lay off workers. Workers are interested in enjoying the fruits of that increased productivity, and they do. And so it's just employee ownership suggests to me that there is a better way to think about how workers can and should relate to this question of automation, to the advent of AI, to the embrace of technology. Because if we don't resolve that, if we don't square the circle on that, then we are going to have political obstacles to exactly the kind of reindustrialization that all of us, by this point, agree we desperately need. So I guess that's me stepping back a little bit and trying to connect the dots of the themes I'm hearing. And that's my view, is that part of the reason I'm excited you all are in this room is because of the potential of this topic to help resolve that conflict.
Thank you, Chris. What you've articulated is I think, an accurate description of this relatively recent bipartisan consensus that losing our manufacturing base, our productivity base, was a generational mistake, right? We let that go. And if we had to do it over again, we probably would make different choices. And I would submit to this room that we do have that opportunity to do it again. It's called the silver tsunami, right? And we know that not only are there tens of millions of small businesses out there with baby boomer business owners, as this group well knows, but my team recently did an analysis of that the critical industries, the industries that various government agencies, Commerce, DOD, will literally put out lists to say these are actually the individual industries that are most critical to our national security, our economic security. These industries, of course, are even more likely than your average small business to be facing that business succession in the near term. So this is a real industrial risk, and to your point, Chris, I think has an opportunity to change the relationship of the American worker, to their work. I want to go back to Greg. We talked a lot about culture. We heard a little bit from Fidan about some of the sort of empirical drivers of that. But Greg, Burns & McDonnell, one of the largest ESOP companies in the country. How is employee ownership and the culture behind it, and the work and the cheerleading and the efforts that you and your team put in over the years, how has that created a competitive advantage that could be replicated across the country?
So the research that we just heard is excellent backup for what we all see on the ground level. And it's typical for what Rutgers and now the University of Massachusetts and others have found, and I can guarantee you one thing: ESOPs are going to outcompete even more in tough times than in good times. And so if the country goes into recession again, it will unfortunately be another great time for research, because it'll be a great time to prove that, again, just like COVID did, just like the great economic recession did. And it is not because the CEOs of these ESOP companies come to work and say, well, we're 50 people long, but gee golly, I love them and they love me back, and so we're not going to let any of them go. It's just not how it works. It's just not how it works. If you're 50 people long, you're 50 people long. The reason is that what does an owner do during tough times? They work harder. They buckle down, right? They go see their client. They make sure that if there's only one job on the street instead of 3, they damn win it. And so there might be some level of consciousness, I guess, that occurs that maybe there's some of that percentage is due to employee ownership companies, thinking long-term, yes. Thinking more about their workers, yes. But what it really is I'm not 50 people long. I might only be 15 people long. And there's not a company in my size, employee-owned or not, whether they're cutting down trees or they're making steel or they're doing engineering, that doesn't have 15 people that really don't deserve to work there anymore, that aren't really the employee owner type. And so it is a proven fact that during good times, employee-owned companies will outcompete, but during bad times, they will sure as hell outcompete. And it is absolutely culture. ESOP doesn't make culture. Leadership and employee owners and all the people who work there make that culture. ESOP's only the tool, and it is the best tool ever. But it is only a tool. And so if you don't cheerlead it, work the hell out of it, make sure there's daily accounts like we talked about in the Uber on the way here, that people can feel it, sense it, and get to that whoa moment when they say, wow, my ESOP is worth more than my house. I'm never leaving this place. And now great economic advantage can be had.
Well, speaking of great economic advantage, I mean, Fidan, you mentioned labor productivity and the pretty profound findings that your most recent research has come up with. I read a New York Fed post a few weeks back talking about this problem of declining labor productivity in American manufacturing. And maybe the most startling piece about it was the research community doesn't know why. What is the source of this decline in productivity? There's a whole bunch of different theories, and certainly, Fidan, your research doesn't necessarily answer your question. What I do think that it does is offer a potential part of this solution, and I'm curious to what extent some of these questions came up in your research and some of the implications for employee ownership as a contribution to this larger national security and industrial security question.
So there is the empirical finding that over all sectors, labor productivity has been declining in the United States. But to the extent that ESOPs and employee ownership can elevate productivity in all sectors, which is something that we find, it is of interest and can potentially curb this decline cross-sector of labor productivity. I don't really have very much to say about what sectors, differentially benefit more from it, unfortunately. But what we can say that it can be a factor to a countervailing factor to this declining labor productivity in the long run in the United States.
And thank you for that, Fidan. I think it's important not only to talk about labor productivity, but for whom, right? Who is the beneficiary ultimately of that productivity? And I think we know empirically that labor's share of that productivity has historically been stagnant. In a world where Youngstown firms that were offshored, over the last several decades, right? The productivity overall may have gone up, but but the outcomes for your region, Mike, and the workforce in those areas weren't benefiting from that. So we're sitting here in Washington, D.C. What would you say to policymakers, Mike, looking to right some of those errors in previous policy actions or inactions in many cases, and how the experience of M7 and what you've been able to accomplish in Youngstown would inform how we might think differently?
Sure. So some of the suggestions I might have is based on workers' pride. Workers love to take pride in what they do. When they take pride in what they do, they become very prosperous in the community. And that then derives tax dollars that can be applied to whatever challenges that community has at the time. So I would strongly, strongly suggest that any of the roadblocks to ESOP be addressed. There should be possibly a path towards perfectness, but I think that there's some low-hanging fruit, and first thing we can talk about is financial help with them, and not in giving them that, but maybe lending them that. And if there was a pool that was available, especially for, and I don't know, bad things against you guys, you big guys. I'm the little guy. I'm the freshman in the class here. I would say that it's the smaller ESOPs that the current owners would like to turn over to their employees to help give them that opportunity. Because right now, I know several people in the Youngstown area that are of my lineage, and they're looking for the perfect exit plan, and they don't like carrying a lot of that. So they will submit themselves to private equity. Private equity will be in there for 2 to 3 years and shut that down and move on. So it's a gateway to surviving these, the communities.
I'll since we're coming up on time, I'll love to go around the panel and offer the same question, starting with you, Fidan. Having been very evocative in terms of some of the findings that you've put together of late. What are the implications? What, again, sitting here in D.C., should we be communicating to policymakers around these findings, and how that needs to be part of a bipartisan strategy to deal with these issues?
Well, I think what we're doing here is disseminating information about the the benefits of employee ownership. I think many people, many companies, many politicians don't know these benefits. So one of the most important things we can do is have a forum like this to disseminate this information, both from nationally representative data, what are the averages, say, of the effects of employee ownership, but also the wonderful stories from individual firms. And I think, as I mentioned, these point to the positive externalities for the economy as a whole of employee ownership in terms of reducing unemployment, reducing crime, increasing the tax base, increasing consumer spending, and so government policies like tax incentives for firms to adopt ESOPs and are tools that will facilitate these greater macroeconomic benefits. So.
Thank you, Fidan. Chris, I'll go to you. You routinely engage with policymakers, and your organization, American Compass, has been uniquely influential, particularly in the conservative movement, on moving the needle on many of these questions. Going back to Greg's comment, we're at 15. I think that's a generous rank order of where employee ownership is. We might, in many cases, be further down the priority list. How would you talk about employee ownership to increase the priority level and to try to create some of these real linkages that are empirically backed on how to bring employee ownership closer to the center of the conversation.
I think tying it to these big picture politically salient questions is really important. Like, what does this mean for how we think about trade policy for reindustrialization? I think is useful. But even more broadly, there's something I think unique about employee ownership. I'm not sure what the right word is. I was about to say spiritually. That's the wrong word. But I mean, the American worker feels disenfranchised generally, just across the board in the economy. That is part of why we are in a populist moment, because people are fed up with the status quo. They're fed up with feeling like they don't have a voice. And what's perhaps most compelling to me is the lessons that policymakers can learn by looking at the effects of employee ownership. Like, if you want a case study of how things can be different, give employees an actual, literal, financial, legal sense of ownership, and watch how that affects this broader, deeper sense of ownership and enfranchisement in the economy, and for that matter, in American society, and learn something from it. I mean, not only should we do things like address the specific roadblocks to employee ownership, like I agree with you. I mean, it's an insane situation when private equity can swoop in and just undersell with a cash deal or something. And I know, Jack, you've worked on important legislation to address that. I think that's important. But it's also important to elevate the lessons of employee ownership into all these other policy spaces. It should affect how you think about labor policy. It should affect how you think about all these policy issues. When workers feel like they have a voice, like they have a stake, all of these questions play out differently for the better.
Chris, I chuckled because when you said we need to give workers a real, tangible, financial, actual legal piece of ownership, I'm reminded Michael Corey sitting up here in the front row about Web Industries. That is a famous anecdote where one of their machine operators was asked by Labor Secretary Robert Reich in the 90s, or Reich had said, we need to give workers a sense of ownership, and to which this employee owner said, a sense of ownership is kind of like getting a sense of lunch. There is a difference. Greg, why don't you close this out? There's a lot of positivity in this room, a lot of constructive thinkers, but can't escape the fact that we are in some really uncertain market environment and volatility macroeconomically, not just here but all over the world. What's our path forward? How can employee ownership be a part of the solution?
When I turned 65, I started reading books on longevity. I'm not sure why. And my favorite one, the number 2 rule is don't do anything stupid. And don't ski the black slopes if you should be on the bunny slopes, right? Don't drink and drive, et cetera, because then you'll just get yourself killed, and it won't matter how healthy you ate. And so when I talk to friends of mine who are in Congress, and they ask about employee ownership, because the subject, of course, always comes up, as I say, rule 1, don't do anything stupid. Don't allow some short-term budget thinker get in our way of doing the right thing for America. But you can't just stop there, right? Number 2, what they can do to help our cause is there aren't many guys like this. A lot of people get to this point and say, okay, who's the highest bidder? We heard that talked about earlier. And fiduciarily, it's pretty hard not to take the highest bidder. It's hard not to do the right thing by who's the highest bidder over time. And we all know the answer to that, especially in this room. Dr. Blasi and team have proved it over and over again. The highest bidder over time is the employee. They will outwork and outcompete and outperform anybody else. They will pay the money back, and then boom. My favorite quote from my book, Amazon.com, $25. Of which the author gets $3. Thank you, Amazon. Is that I had a billionaire friend of mine say, the problem with employee ownership is Burns McDonnell won't produce any billionaires. I said, for every one we don't, we produce 1,000 millionaires. And it's why the 9th biggest employer in Kansas City has the biggest United Way campaign. And the 15th biggest employer in Kansas City, another employer-owned firm, has the second biggest United Way campaign. Why is that? Why is that? These people appreciate their newfound wealth more than anything that what you've done for them. If we want America to be a more just place, right, we start with the worker. But we make them earn it. We make them sweat it out. We make them come to work, and then they have to come to work again tomorrow. And we enjoy and appreciate their success more than any other cause in this country is what we're doing right here in this room. So go out and attack your local congressman, senator, and say, this is where we need the help. We need it to be more, we need it to be easier and more economically advantaged for the owner to sell to their employees rather than to the highest bidder. Thanks, Jack.
Excellent. So I think that's a great place to end, and I'm going to hand it over to Joseph Blasi.
Thank you, everybody. And we have Senator Cassidy with us today. Oh, sorry, Congresswoman Trahan.
Excellent. Well, I want to thank my panelists. Give them one more round of applause. Thank you very much. So I'm absolutely honored to welcome a congressional speaker in Congresswoman Lori Trahan, and I'd like to briefly introduce her. Congresswoman Trahan proudly represents Massachusetts' 3rd Congressional District, made up of 535 cities and towns, including her hometown of Lowell, also known as Lowell. The granddaughter of immigrants, Lori grew up in a working-class family with her dad working long, hard hours as a union iron worker and her mom juggling part-time jobs while caring for her and her 3 sisters. She earned a volleyball scholarship to Georgetown University, where she became the first person in her family to graduate from college. Lori decided to run for Congress in 2018, the first time she had ever sought public office, because she wanted to expand economic opportunities for families like the one she grew up in. I think she's found the right room. Lori serves as a member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee and in leadership as co-chair of the Democratic Policy and Communications Committee, senior whip, and member of the Democratic Steering and Policy Committee. And as a proud Massachusetts native, it's my pleasure to welcome up Congresswoman Trahan.
Well, thank you, Jack. It's really nice to be on the Senate side. We don't get to spend much time over here. But also thank you for that warm introduction. I want to thank the Aspen Institute and the Rutgers Institute for the study of employee ownership and profit sharing for inviting me to this important event. So I have the pleasure of representing multiple employee-owned businesses across my district, including Webb Industries in Marlborough, Massachusetts. All right, Michael, I know you've met Jake. Nice to meet you. Last year, my district team had the opportunity to visit Webb Industries' Employee Ownership Day celebration, and they heard directly from employees on the impact employee ownership has on their families and on their communities. And they learned more about the legislative efforts to expand employee ownership through loan guarantee programs. So, you know, when I got a shot to support and promote employee ownership models for companies across the country, I just jumped at the chance. And as Jack mentioned in my intro, you know, I experienced firsthand the challenges and the hardships of getting by in tough times. My father was a union iron worker, Local 7. When work wasn't as plentiful close to home, my father would, travel to Maine and New York, sometimes for weeks or months at a time. And he woke up early in the morning every day. He went to work building the skylines and the bridges across our state and much of New England. But the assurance that we had is every time that he left home, my mom and my 3 sisters, we knew that we were going to be okay because of his good wages, his strong benefits that were secured by the union. And the way I see it, employee ownership models can provide that same level of stability to a family, families across our country, by providing employees with a financial stake in the company and encouraging employees and leadership to work hand in hand. Companies not only succeed, they thrive. Employee ownership can transform a 9-to-5 job into a retirement plan with dividend benefits. And these ESOP jobs can become a safety net for families, ensuring job stability for employees and economic benefits for the surrounding community. Unfortunately, many companies do not connect employee well-being with their financial success, instead padding their bottom lines at the expense of their workers. And my district has continued to feel the consequence of profit-focused private equity investments. In May of last year, many of you may already know, Steward Healthcare, a private equity-funded health system with 8 hospitals in Massachusetts, declared bankruptcy, leaving many of the folks I represent without access to reliable health care. And while Cerberus, the private equity backer, had already cashed out and left town and made sure their investors did not lose a dime, families in my district were forced to worry about where they were going to get their care, where they were going to get their medical treatments. Employee ownership acts as a perfect counter for those unchecked private equity models. While Cerberus used our community for a quick buck, ESOPs like Web Industries provide the opportunity for good-paying jobs, financial stability, and growth. And I'm proud to partner with ESOPs and promote the immense community benefits of employee ownership. So I look forward to continuing our work together to strengthen ESOPs and bringing more companies into the fold of employee ownership. And I'm sure you're going to guide me on how best I can help you to do that. But really cherish the opportunity to be here with all of you today, and I look forward to the work ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you again to Congresswoman Trahan for joining us today. We're going to roll into our next panel. I'm going to admit that the afternoon might feel a little chaotic here because we're going to have a few other congresspeople and senators stopping by, but you know, we're going to accommodate that and kind of take pauses as they stop in to provide remarks, and we'll just roll with it. But this next panel I'm really excited about. I say that about every panel. I work in a great job where I am truly excited about every panel we put together. But this next panel is going to bring up some employee owners. We've heard a lot about how employee owners experience employee ownership and the benefits they accrue from it today. From people who aren't employee owners. So now let's see if that's really true about what we've assumed. And I think what we'll hear in part is that I think sometimes in the employee ownership space, we often get stuck talking about what's in a person's ESOP balance. And that's certainly important to thinking about addressing wealth inequality. But I think more of what we'll hear today is kind of the human experience that employee ownership provides, the ability to be seen in the workplace, the ability to be involved in decisions, the ability to show up at a place and be heard and respected, and the impacts that can have on how people perform, as we heard in the earlier panel. So I'm going to invite our panelists up here and introduce them really quick and get the ball rolling. So first, we have stepping up right now is Sarah St. Ange. She's inside sales engineer at Admix, and we'll get a little bit into these different companies and organizations that they work for. To the left of Sarah is Ashley Bell, who's the inventory coordinator at a few cool hardware stores right here in DC's metro area. To the left of Ashley is Adrian Flores, project manager at Accent Landscape Contractors out of El Paso. And then to the left of Adrian is Juan Carlos Lopez, executive associate at Cooperative Home Care Associates, one of our largest employee-owned companies in the country and one of my favorite ones as well. And then I'm so thrilled to have Tim Garbinski, the communications director from the National Center of Employee Ownership, moderating today's conversation. Anybody who knows Tim knows that he's one of the brightest, most kind, empathetic, and warm people in this space, and really the perfect moderator for this discussion. And outside of his role, I learned last night that Tim is a new father. I got to meet his baby, so I encourage you to I encourage you to ask Tim to see pictures of the baby because he is super, super cute. And I think we all need cute babies in our lives right now. But I'll turn it over to you, Tim.
Thank you so much, Matt. Can you repeat most of that for my mother later? I think she would be really thrilled to hear all of that. And if you're interested in meeting the baby, you'll find us at the hotel later, where he's very friendly to new people, but we're not here to talk about him as much as I'd love to. I am really thrilled to be up here. I really appreciate the Aspen Institute, Rutgers University, having me up here to moderate this talk, but I'm not going to do much of the talking, which is fantastic. I wanted to just get some ideas out here at the start. This is the Ideas Forum after all, and as we've been seeing, it's aptly named, right? There's already been a lot of really interesting ideas shared in terms of how to grow employee ownership. It's also really apt because part of what makes employee ownership so special is the ideas that the companies themselves generate at a clip that other companies cannot necessarily compete with. It's their strategic advantage, those ideas. And even just the idea of employee ownership, right? Like, it's so impactful. It's why we're all here. It's why we have our Congress people here talking about it as well. It's why it's well represented on both sides of the aisle. But it's not just an idea. And the reason why this idea is at all worth supporting is people, right? Like, we can talk as much as we want in sort of macro terms, but if we weren't here to talk about this for the aspect of creating good jobs or for the aspect of creating real retirement wealth, it wouldn't have the impact that it currently has for us. That's why we're in this room. And so in order to really think about and talk about what makes these places thrive and what makes employee ownership good for the country writ large, it's important to talk about what makes it good for the employee owners who make employee ownership itself thrive. So, I promise that's the majority of the talking I'm going to do. After that, now I'm really excited to, again, we've had our speakers already introduced. I promised them I wouldn't be standing at the podium, but I don't see a bonus microphone, so I might stand here for a little bit. Oh, delightful. Great, now I'm going to join the group. So just to get us started, thank you very much. Just to get us started, I want us to, please. Oh, okay. As previewed.
Thank you very much for your patience. We have Senator Cassidy joining us. And yes, it's my pleasure to introduce the Honorable Senator Bill Cassidy from the state of Louisiana. Senator Cassidy is chairman of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Help Committee of the U.S. Senate. And he is the first physician to serve as its chair since 1933. He's also on the Finance, Veterans Affairs, Energy, and Natural Resources Committee. Senator Cassidy is a great friend of ESOPs and employee ownership, a great defender in the Congress, and we're delighted to welcome you, Senator, and hear your thoughts. Thank you very much for coming.
It's good to be here. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, thank you for having me. I always figure that ESOPs are where Karl Marx and Adam Smith meet in warm embrace, right? It's kind of like workers of the world unite, controlling the means of production in a way that actually augments the productive capacity. It is really an innovative thought. I'm told way back when, I know you know the story better than do I, that Russell Long was trying to think of a way as to how to come up with an idea for this sort of idea, and he just kind of put it out there for academics. I'm told, might be apocryphal, that the academic who responded to him was at Stanford, but originally from Opelousas, Louisiana. There's a great Hank Williams song, Opelousas, so stand. Anyway, it is not the place that you would think the Stanford economists would come from. But nonetheless, they were able to, but on the other hand, it kind of made sense to me, because if you really are trying to share the wealth of those who are in the executive suite with those who are on the factory floor, somebody from Opelousas would be thinking about that. You know, it's just because it's not a place of C-suites, it's a place of people working on the factory floor. And some bright person figuring out, how do we share that wealth? Because I think of ESOPs as effectively sharing that wealth. Y'all have embraced it. I thank you very much. And by the way, I've seen it in my state. Acadian ambulances. I don't know if anybody from Acadian is here, but there's others in my state who are doing that. And I see not just the kind of theory of it, but the actual reality of it. And that's also important because people can have a lot of great ethereal theories, but they don't work. And this one truly seems to do so. Now, that said, we just passed Secure 2.0. Michael, will you raise your hand? Michael Sinecor is one of my folks who works for me. He's a bachelor. He's available 24/7. Easter, Passover, or Ramadan, doesn't matter, call him, and he's available. But in that process, Secure 2.0, which he was very key in, we were able to provide legal clarity so that ESOPs can sell shares to employees without being sued by the Department of Labor. Nice little thing to do. And on that, we have a commitment in order to continue to enable how ESOPs function, both for the business and for the people who work at the business. Now, I'll just say that I'm told Laurie Chavez de Rimmer, which my staff calls her LCD, which sounds a little bit like something on your computer, but that she's the current Secretary of Labor, is committed to making sure that this continues to work, and I am likewise committed to working with her. There is no way, though, that LCD and I know more about ESOPs than do you. And so if we're going to make this product a better product, one that works, again, for the person on the factory floor and the person on the corner office, then it's going to be our partnership by how we achieve that. And there's something fitting that the way that we improve ESOPs, in a sense, involves that partnership, such as ESOPs themselves represent. So I do challenge y'all, if y'all have ideas about how to make them better, however you would define better, and believe me, we'll screen it, we'll make sure that it works, we'll make sure that it can pass the Senate with 60 votes or whatever it takes, reach out to us. And I made a little joke about Michael, but I'm not making a joke about Michael. He will be absolutely available when you bring those ideas, because our goal is to serve you, because you are serving the people in your business as they participate in the rising tide lifting all boats. So if you have any feedback, please get in touch with us. And then I'll close my remarks here and just thank you, Joe, for allowing me to speak. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Maureen. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think, great. I'm good. Thank you. Are these your notes?
They are not. Thank you to the senator. Ladies and gentlemen, I've misplaced my other microphone again, so I'm just going to stand here for a second. Look, hey, thank you, Leslie. Employee ownership is successful partially because of the nimbleness and the flexibility and the adaptableness, and so that's what we're displaying here for you right now, so thank you. All right. So again, thanks to the elected Congress people for stopping by and demonstrating their support. But I'm very excited for the way that ties in. We're here because, again, these are good jobs in a time when that is in dire need, right? But what is it that makes these jobs good? Why do we support these as workplaces? We're going to talk about that here today. So to start with, I want to just dig in a little bit about your personal work histories, and I'm actually just going to start down the line. So I'm going to start with you, Sarah. If you could tell us about your path to employee ownership and your early experience of it, please.
Absolutely. So hello, everyone. Very honored and humbled and excited to be here. My name is Sarah St. Ange, and I work for a small-ish employee-owned business up in Londonderry, New Hampshire called Admix. We are a manufacturing ESOP. As we said, they make up the large majority of ESOPs. And we manufacture industrial mixing equipment. So giant big mixers to little lab-scale mixers that are going to make your everyday food products, mayo, ketchup, candy coatings, pill coatings, all that kind of fun stuff. I actually got my degree from the University of New Haven in 2019 in December, saved by the bell, just missed COVID, got to walk, and my degree was in chemistry. When I graduated, I got a job in a restaurant for a little while that was supposed to be short-term, ended up being a little longer. I guess if anyone can guess why. In 2020, what happened. So when I was ready to go back into the job market in 2021, I was interviewing for positions and found a lot of positions in my field in analytical chemistry for an entry-level position. While they might pay around what I was expecting, it was either an off shift or the benefits weren't that great. And it was really hard for me to find a balance of everything that I was looking for. And then I came across AdMix, and I started in their product lab, their test lab. It's not really an analytical lab. I'm working with our equipment and testing our customers' products on it. But it was a foot in the door. That was a very average pay, entry-level job, but what appealed to me is it was a 9-to-5, and they were all excited about this thing called an ESOP. And so I was like, all right, well, let me learn a little bit more about this. They do the ESOP, obviously, which is my stocks that I own. They also do a 401k match on top of that, so I can do a little bit of both and have some diversity there. And then on top of that, we have other benefits, such as a 980 work schedule in the summers, where I get every other Friday off, which is super nice. They do Friday breakfast every single Friday, and every co-owner switches off who brings in breakfast that Friday. We did Fresh Fruit Wednesday for a while, which is now, we had Fresh Salad Wednesday, we do Popcorn Wednesdays. It's always something. And right away, I was able to get involved very quickly. So I decided to take that chance and say, I'm going to do something completely out of my comfort zone, completely out of my wheelhouse, and try this sales company. Since then, I served, within the first 6 months, I was on our OC chair. I went to some ESOP conferences where I got to network with people in the professional world. I got to organize a bike build for charity within that first year, where we built some bikes, and that was paired with our stock reveal party, which was a lot of fun for everyone who got involved. And I actually ended up getting nominated and won Employee Owner of the Year, both regionally and nationally, that same year that I was hired. Thank you very much. But it just goes to show how many opportunities exist for someone who's just starting out in their career. I had done a short little stint at Anheuser-Busch, which is a very different type of company. And the benefits available to me there, their union was actually working on taking away benefits from future employees. And they were bribing current employees with bonuses to pass those things. So coming from that environment to coming to an employee ownership environment where everyone's invested in the success of the company, and not only that, but we actually get to take a piece of that home with us, that's what made the difference for me. So thank you very much. Happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Sarah. I'm going to move now to Ashley, who similarly, you entered the workforce in its current guise under the post-COVID era, but unlike Sarah, you weren't as familiar with the employee ownership necessarily when you started. Maybe you can tell us about your experience.
Sure. So I'm Ashley Bell. Thank you for having me here. I am an employee owner with a few cool hardware stores right here in DC. We also have stores in Virginia and Baltimore, Maryland. And I moved to DC in 2021. I was unemployed at the time, and it was either move back with my parents or get a job. And so I got an hourly position at my local hardware store. I had no idea it was employee owned. But shortly after I was hired, I began learning about the employees and what it meant to them to work there. There are employees that I work with that have been with the company almost since the start, and they are fully vested owners. And so they started talking to me about the employee ownership program and how it's essentially, in their eyes, the equivalent of their retirement fund. And so that was a very exciting idea. As I continued working, I went from a part-time employee to a full-time inventory coordinator, and then became an assistant manager at our Logan Hardware location, and I am now the inventory manager for the chain, which has been very exciting. And I really don't think I would have climbed that quickly in any other company other than this one. Immediately when I began working, the culture of the company was one that my ideas were heard, my voice was heard, and that was not just unique to me. Everyone is heard at our company. We are very much a family. We all know each other. We all say hi to each other. We all, are invested in one another, and we're all invested in growing our ESOP. So yeah, it's been a great 3 years here.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Ashley. And I'm going to come back to a bunch of that stuff, particularly the sort of satisfaction you're saying that is sort of demonstrated across the board, and feeling heard, I think, is really important. I'm going to move now to Adrian, though, who, again, we have a really wonderful panel because it's 4 very distinct experiences. Your company, Accent Landscape, became employee-owned while you were there. So can you tell us a little bit about that experience and how it was like for you?
Of course. On?
Yes, sir.
My name is Adrian Flores. Thank you all for having me here. Kind of excited to be here. Learning from them as well. We're Accent Landscape has been employee-owned for 3 years now. So we are on, we're still crawling. Eventually we'll be walking a little bit faster. So it is exciting to be here and see the stories and grab ideas. So 9 years ago, I started Accent Landscape. I've done it all. I've done oil field. I've done sales, Taco Bell, you name it, everything, right? So 9 years at Accent. Here, before it went employee-owned, I was asked, I left the company for a bit due to some family issues with my wife. When I came back, the owner asked me, could I trust you to that you're gonna stay, because he really needed me. And I told him, like I said, I'm loyal, right? And at that point, at that moment in my life, I thought I was loyal, like a loyal employee, loyal to him. And it's funny how he's no longer there with us, and it's transitioned to, I thought, now I'm loyal to the company, but I am not. I've learned that I'm actually loyal to the employees and to the employees' families, because really that's what you start to see is everybody's taking care of themselves. Each other, So I started as a shovel operator, moved into a branch manager, and then now, but now I'm a project manager for Accent Landscape. Hopefully within the next couple of years, I'm an interim CEO. I'll be running the show, I guess you could say, and I also sit on the board and part of the ESOP committee. So being here is really exciting. I love her stories of, that's a company that's been an ESOP for a long time, and they have so many great ideas that I love to take back and start implementing, so we can stop crawling and start running. So
that's fantastic. That's fantastic, and really, again, sort of mirrors Ashley's sort of incredible ascent too. And I'm really excited to touch on a little bit the camaraderie piece that you really just pinpointed. But before we get there, Juan Carlos. Again, 4 distinct panelists. Juan Carlos comes to us. He's been in the employee ownership space the longest, and very excited he's up here because he's with Cooperative Home Care Associates. They're a worker cooperative. So we've been talking a lot about ESOPs. We love ESOPs. It's very exciting to get a worker co-op perspective up here. So please, Juan Carlos, if you could share your journey into employee ownership and what that's looked like for you.
Sure. Thank you, Tim. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm Juan Carlos Lopez. I'm actually right now the Client Services Program Manager. It's a new position that I was just promoted to recently after COVID. Prior to that, I started Cooperative right during the 2009 recession, and I wasn't sure what to do. So I was given an opportunity to start as a temp, as an AA, in this company that had no idea. It was not what I wanted to do, but it was a placeholder until I figured it out. Little did I know that I was going to fall in love with the job, the people, and the industry. I started as an AA, supporting all the different departments, and then I got to know the people, and I saw that the workers themselves were forming committees to solve their own problems, and that was kind of unique, right? I saw that people were given a voice. It was unique in a sense where, to this day, we have an open door policy where any worker at any moment could come in and speak to any staff member at any time, and we'll take the time and listen to their concerns, their issues, or any kind of problems that they're having. Fast forward a couple years, I was promoted to the executive associate where I supported the president and the vice presidents, and then COVID hit. And then that's when I saw the true essence of a cooperative come into play, where we tapped into Cooperative Textiles from South Carolina, where they helped make masks for us. They helped provide PPE for our workforce during COVID. You know, our workers are still essential workers. They, put their lives at risk going out and supporting other families to be able to live in their homes with dignity and respect. It's been a great 15 plus years already at Cooperative. And it's something right now that, I still value, and I see the importance of the people and giving them a voice and actually having them be excited to do the jobs that a lot of people don't really want to do. And it's an industry where people are invisible, and we're giving them a spotlight for them to, be heard and have a voice, and, make changes in their own hands as well. So I'm happy to be here and continue this conversation.
Thank you so much for that. Can I call you JC? I know you mentioned that before,
You
so
can
I'm
call
going to
me
stick
JC.
with that just for time purposes. So actually, I'm going to stick with you for just a second, though, JC. You ended there with how, it's an industry where you say a lot of people sort of feel invisible, but you were talking a lot about how they, how your worker cooperative demonstrably gives them like a platform and a voice and makes sure they're heard. I want to dig in a little bit more on, the other ways in which Cooperative Home Care Associates like really sees the worker owners, the employee owners as whole people, and what sort of benefits they provide, the governance structure. If you could touch on that a little bit, I think that'd be wonderful.
Yeah. So we, as a worker-owned cooperative, our workforce, we offer also free training to the workforce. And we don't advertise on newspapers, on the radio, billboards, or nothing like that. All the people that come to us is through word of mouth, either through clients or other workers. Once they're trained, we also provide them with work. While they're working, the first 3 months, they're on probation. And then once they pass probation, we offer them the opportunity to buy a stock in the company. Everyone, whether you're a paraprofessional or administrative worker, owns only one stock. Even the president only owns one stock. The stock is $1,000 but we recognize that a lot of people may not be able to afford $1,000 right away. So we ask them to pay $50 up front, and then the company loans them the rest, interest-free. All we do is we take $3.65 out of every paycheck for 5 years, and then the loan is paid off. And I tell the workers to think about this as savings, because if they decide to leave, the company buys the stock back and gives them the $1,000 right back. This allows them to become worker owners and take in all the benefits of being a worker owner, which allows them to run for the board of directors. Our board of directors is comprised of 8 worker-owned paraprofessional home care workers and 1 admin staff. They are the decision makers in the company. Luckily, in 2019, the board decided to put our profits into retainer. This is why we're still here. Other than that, other people would have just paid out dividends and everybody would have kept their money. But they made the decision as a whole, knowing that, it's not about individuals, but it's about the company, but it's about the people that we wanted to sustain and be here for longer. So not only are they allowed to run for the board, but we also provide our worker owners with financial literacy. We also provide them with tax preparations for free as well. So we take away stressors in their common life that they don't have to worry about, because they know that as a worker owner, they can do these things and continue on with work. Throughout my time here at Cooperative, I've spoken to many people who have retired, and they say, it's thanks because of Cooperative that I was able to put my kids through college. and now they're the first ones in the family going to college. So it's a huge pride for our workers to say, because I'm a worker owner and I've been with cooperative for so long, I'm able to do X, Y, and Z. I'm able to go on a cruise now and retire. It's so heartwarming to see the many stories of people just being valued and advance in life and provide more opportunities for younger generations to come.
That's great. I really, first of all, anything that reduces stressors in this day and age is probably welcome across the board. But really, that seeing them as the whole people and helping them and then creating that pride of ownership is really still so unique. And I want to touch on that now with you as well, Adrian, moving on back down the line. You've been at the company longer than it's been employee owned, and you've talked a little bit about how it impacted you, but what about with your fellow employee owners? How did that land? What has it been to sort of introduce and educate on employee ownership at Accent?
Sure. So I did want to start by saying that I think when the previous owner did this, it was a true blessing. It could have gone to private and could have not been there anymore. The longer tenured employees also could have been already, you've done your time. So that first of all is a blessing that we became an ESOP. And in regards to the not being an ESOP, you work for the owner, get paid, get vacation, your bonus, and that's all you expect. And the people that my coworkers have been doing that for 30 plus years. The company's been in business for about 40 years. So the guys that have been there for 30 plus years, it was very difficult, for us to, especially I'm a big believer in it. So it was very difficult for me to sit by and hear them saying, "Oh no," it's I guess what 95% Latino. So it's a culture thing. It's very hard to be able to tell somebody, hey, they're here to help. This is going to be good, and the outcome's going to be great. And so I'm not going to lie that everybody was happy. It was very hard for us to start convincing the older gentleman on how this was going to happen. As time did pass, after the first year, especially when you get that tangible. And you have the big party and you show everybody what money they have now, whether it's a lot or a little, they start to see that, this is true. So it starts becoming more on the meetings we were having. It starts becoming more and more togetherness instead of, oh, no, that's not true. And now it starts to, everybody gets humbled and says, hey, what can we save? Where can you cut the because before it's that mentality of it's not my money, and then you start to think, well, actually that is my money. So you start to especially my boss telling them, hey, the pipe that's outside. I'm doing a golf course in New Mexico right now, and I mean, if you would think about a stick of pipe, you're talking about $1,000, and you just have it rolling out there. That's when you start to think differently and saying, hey, that's my money, and start taking care of everything that you have there. So the culture is starting to change. We're 3 years in, and from where it started to where we're at now, it's changed a lot in that aspect.
Can I just add to
Yeah,
that?
please.
From the perspective of a company, now I didn't mention it before, we've been an ESOP since 2001, we were 30%, and then 2017 we became 100%. So we're a fairly mature ESOP at this point. And coming from the perspective of a mature ESOP as well, that culture only continues to grow, especially as those account balances begin to grow. We have quite a few employees now who have been with the company for 30, 40 years, whose account balances are, 6 figures on top of their 401k. And so now it's like every decision that's made of the company, everyone wants to know what's going on because they are so invested. And it's gotten down to like counting, how can we save on bolts so that we're not spending as much bolts or wasting as much? People really, really take so much more of an active position in cost saving things, especially as their account balances grow. And I'm sure you saw that change as soon as they received their first statement. Right. So that'll only continue and grow.
Yeah, they do. They're more outspoken. Before it wasn't where the labor isn't going to talk to the CEO. The labor isn't going to talk to management. They can't walk in the door. Not saying that's how it was, but that's how it seemed. That's how it portrayed. And now you see the employees coming into the office. I could probably name, we have about 157 employees, and I probably know every single one of them by their names, where they're coming in and out, interacting. Any questions they have, they know I'm here for them. That's the culture that has changed, and being able to be on the board and work with everybody to where it was just one owner, obviously here. Now it's after 30, 40 plus years, they've never seen a paid vacation except for their management. I went in 9 years ago with paid vacation. Why should I have that 2 weeks and they don't get anything? So we started working little by little, and I was happy to announce this last year that we were able to work together and give them paid vacation. And that was a big milestone for us. Hopefully in the future, we can start talking about how it gives that money back to them. I heard, Leslie, right? I heard you talking about how, and that mentality is just awesome to me, where it's their money, put it back in. And that thing that's where I want Accent to be at, where it's, hey, we do have a lot of money in the books, but it needs to go back into the employee owners.
It's fantastic. That feels like what I hear a lot in terms of sort of where the rubber meets the road, so to speak, is that line of sight into, oh, I'm doing this. This is affecting not only my eventual account balance, it's affecting that of my friend, my neighbor, my partner, and where you become accountable to the company, because the company is accountable to you. It's yours, right? And it's really impactful. I would love to touch on that for you, Ashley. What's that look like at a few cool hardware stores, sort of, also as a relatively new ESOP-owned company, what it's looked like to really instill that ownership culture value?
Yeah, absolutely. So like I said before, everyone has a voice. Everyone's voice is very, impactful and heard. One thing that we are trying to do this year is reduce our losses similar to other companies. And the employees that I've spoken to about doing that, in identifying our losses and, trying to reduce those, they get really passionate. And I've even had to rein some employees in by saying, we can let that thief get away. We don't have to chase them down the street. We can take that loss. Your safety is more important. So we've definitely had to, we have a lot of passion within our company. And so, yeah, that's the biggest time I see it. And we also, all of our leadership, similar to JC's, we keep the door open. Anyone, if you're just a part-time associate, you can come and talk to senior management. We're going to give you that time. We're going to hear your thoughts. We're going to, take care of you in whatever way we can.
That's fantastic. A part of me almost wishes it'd be a very crowded stage, but I almost wish we had another panelist, and it would feel cruel, who wasn't an employee owner. Just to get the perspective and to hear how common or uncommon these things might be. The majority of us have had other jobs, and so we can say. But even just to, after hearing it from 4 people, you sort of start to take it for granted. I want to shift a little bit back to you, Sarah. When we've talked in preparing for this panel, you talked about how important the financial security aspect of the ESOP is. And I was wondering if you could just touch on that a little bit, how it's been important for your fellow employee owners and why you think that's so worth supporting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the best way for me to attack that is to talk, again, about a very personal story. This goes hand in hand with kind of my comeuppance in the ESOP world. But I was very fortunate to grow up in a 2-parent household where I had a stay-at-home mom and my dad was the breadwinner of the family. When I was in my teenage years, my parents did end up getting divorced, and my mom had to kind of start from scratch because she had been a stay-at-home mom for 15 years and kind of find her feet again in the career world. And that also involved taking a lot of money out of her 401k in order to buy us a new place to live. And so I saw her really struggle because that was the little nest egg that she had. And it was kind of really taken out from under her. And now she's, in her late 50s, wondering when she's going to be able to retire because she just doesn't have that savings. And it just showed me that we're even in a worse space economically right now. As someone who's new in the job field, new in my career, like I said, I graduated 2019, so AdMix is my first real career opportunity. I was very nervous coming into the workforce that I would ever be able to retire, even with saving as a 401k. Pensions don't exist anymore. 401k matches, a lot of what I was looking at for an entry-level job were fairly low. And I just kind of felt very defeated because at an entry-level pay, that was barely enough to, make ends meet on an apartment, let alone, car bill, loans for school. And then my husband and I, 2 months ago now, finally bought a house. But when we were looking at that opportunity, it kind of felt impossible. So I was going into my job search very nervous and scared for what I would find. When I accepted the job at AdMix, one of the first things that they had me do was look at a wealth calculator. And I put in my little entry-level salary with no pay increases planned outside of a 3% per year, right? Cost of living adjustment. And then no promotions, no raises factored into that. And if I was there for 40 years, it threw out a 7-figure number at me. And I nearly fell off my seat, very emotional. And maybe that's unique for someone of my age to consider, but I had seen it firsthand as, the oldest child of seeing this divorce and seeing how unexpected life occurrences can completely derail plans for the future. And so this really made me feel a lot more secure. Now, in the 4 years I've been there, my salary is up 44% from where I started in 4 years. That's incredible. And my ESOP balance, my projected balance for if I retire there, is more than double where it started when I was at my little entry-level spot. And although we have gone up in our share price and we have gone down because the past few years have been difficult, that value continues to grow over time. And even if I don't spend my entire career there, my ESOP balance has already outperformed my 401k. So these things were so incredible for me at the beginning and gave me such a sense of empowerment outside of the fact that my company actually invests in my growth. I, like I said, am a chemistry major, but I worked in a manufacturing product testing lab, and now I'm in sales, none of which are in my wheelhouse. But gosh, have I grown professionally. I have a lot more skills under my belt, all thanks to this incredible company structure that has allowed me to grow professionally and that invests in my growth. My CEO says it every year at our share price announcement, and I always get chuckles when I tell people, an ESOP, it's not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's a get-rich-slow scheme. And in this economy where everything's about turning that dollar as quick as you can, that's really not heard of. That's not understood. But when you think of it from a capitalism standpoint, I used to be all oh, rah, capitalism's the problem, right? Well, great book from Corey Rosen and John Kasich, CEO, Reinventing Companies, Capitalism, and Who Owns What. A quote that is in there that has always stuck with me is the problem with capitalism isn't capitalism. It's that there's too few capitalists. And ESOP creates capitalists of every single employee owner that works there. And then that money goes directly back into our communities and will really, it's just such an incredible vehicle for closing that wage gap. So it has given me such a platform of something where I can really feel like I can make a difference by making this employee ownership voice heard and getting the word out there to why this company structure is so important, not just for the individual, not just for people like me or people who might have a worse or a better situation from where they've started. In this economy that it's so unpredictable right now. My dad bought the house that I grew up in for $39,000 back in 1993. And 2 months ago, my husband and I closed on our first home that is smaller than the house I grew up in. And it's a 6-figure number that starts with a 4. So it was very accomplishing, but very scary at the same time, but I know that I can use my salary to work on the projects and the future I want to build for my family, and then I can rest assured knowing my retirement is safe. So, sorry if that was a long answer.
No, that was a great answer is what it was. Thank you so much for that. And I'm glad you mentioned home ownership, just because I really do think so much of the operative discrepancy between like what could be and what is ownership, right? The difference between renting your home versus owning your home, renting a car versus owning a car, it's implicitly impactful. And so applying that to employee ownership for businesses follows for me. Thinking a little bit more about being in the early career, and I'm not sure what the Congress people have done to our time budget, so okay. I would love to end with our panelists talking, so I'm actually going to break for questions now, if that's okay. Do we have any questions in the audience for any of our panelists here?
So this is for everybody. You all are champions within your companies, I'm imagining. I know you, Adrian, so I'll ask you first, but I would love to hear from everyone. What are some of the things you do as a peer to like help the people that you work with understand the ESOP or get excited about it, or at least stop mistrusting it?
Right. So some things that we've started to do is here 2 weeks ago, I think, or 3 weeks ago, I sat down with the committee and said, hey, the information is always in the check stubs, and then we throw out a flyer or some memes, something funny, so that they can read it, see it. But I didn't feel it was working, so I felt like it was just going back to the norm. So we decided to do in El Paso, it's divided by the mountain in the middle, west side, east side, right? I'm from El Paso, Texas. And so we got all the crews that were working on the west side. We went to a park, put up a canopy, and we cooked burgers. We cooked burgers at 11 o'clock. Everybody could show up at 12. And while they showed up at 12 with the ESOP committee, we had printed out some hats that say 100% employee owned, and then gave them information. And as we're there, they're eating burgers. They're not under the gun because they're at lunch hours an hour or anything like that. It's the ESOP committees out there, networking with them and letting them know this is part of the committee. This is where we're at. Kind of keeping them in it. Don't forget about us. In other words, and that's just the beginning. That we're trying to see what we can do to keep the information out there.
And I'm sorry, I forgot the name.
Sarah.
Sarah. So first of all, NCO should hire you. So I'll just put that out there. But for us baby boomers that run organizations that have large numbers of younger workers, how would you condense that great speech you just gave about ESOPs into 3 or 4 just really key messages that would hit home for this generation?
Building generational wealth seems like something that's impossible, especially when you don't come from generational wealth. This gives you that vehicle to do that. That was the biggest buy-in for me. That and just reminding them it is a get-rich-slow scheme. And if you show up each day and you give your ideas and your enthusiasm and your innovation to this company, it will come back to you. Hopefully, should everything go well. But
I'm going to steal Terry's question and just pose it to my remaining 3 panelists here, which is, if in a phrase you could sum up why we should all be so supportive of employee ownership, why it's been impactful to you, if you could share that with our audience. And I'll start, since Sarah, I'm going to count yours as already done, with you, Ashley.
Sure. I had this realization a week or 2 ago. I think I'm the only one of my friend group that actually likes their job. I like going to work. I enjoy getting to see the people that I work with. I would go for free. I can't go for free, but I would. But I did kind of a roll call in my head. I don't think many of my peers feel that way. And I think that is the impact of the ESOP.
That's stellar. Thank you, Ashley. Please, Adrian.
I'd hate to kind of piggyback off her, but I'm going to. Because it's where my vision is for the company, to put everybody there. You know, I wake up at 3:30 every morning, go to the gym, go to work 5 to 5, and I don't mind it one bit. I do it Monday to Friday. If I have to go out of town on the weekend, I do it. I love my job. I really like what I do. I like what it stands for now, and I really, really wish that I can get how I see the company, where everybody else can see it the same, where they don't have to wake up and say, oh, I gotta go back to work. You know, it's hey, go to work. You don't even think about it. It's not even a job for me. So that's the main thing for me, I guess. Yeah.
That's beautiful, Adrian. JC, please.
Yeah, you got a dedicated workforce who's willing to roll up their sleeves and go to work, not for you, but for everyone else working together. And you get that camaraderie where you see yourselves as equals, not working for one person, but you're working for each other.
Well, I can't say it any better. Thank you all for working on behalf of your fellow employee owners, and thank you all for standing with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you all so much. That was fantastic and well done. We're going to take a short break. We have 15 minutes, so we'll be back at 3:15. So enjoy your short break.
So I'm delighted to introduce Danny Massey. Danny has a long history of advocacy for worker issues. He worked at Brill and Rosen, a national firm that does communications focused on advocacy for worker issues. He was the central person in the Fight for 15 campaign. That's $15 an hour. And he's worked on a variety of issue campaigns which would bring greater wealth to workers. He's now moved into a new era of dealing with the organization, the new nonprofit expanding ESOP. So it's our pleasure to have Danny here to talk about what he's going to be doing. Thank you, Danny.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the Institute for the Study of Employee Ownership and Profit Sharing at Rutgers and the Aspen Institute Economic Opportunities Program for including me in this inspiring forum. Sorry to have to follow that fantastic worker owner panel. I'm thrilled to be here and very excited to be the first hire of expanding ESOPs, a new national coalition of 80 organizations and counting, bringing together a broad cross-section of the ESOP community that seeks to imagine and make possible a world in which every worker shares ownership in their company. I come to employee ownership advocacy, as Joe mentioned, for more than a dozen years supporting worker organizing campaigns, most notably the Fight for 15. When 200 New York City fast food workers walked off their jobs in 2012 demanding $15 an hour in a union, nobody gave them a shot. But they stuck together and inspired tens of thousands across the country to join them, ultimately winning $200 billion in raises, including $15 minimum wage laws that cover nearly half the nation's workforce, and $15 floors for mega companies like Target, Disney, Amazon, and more. The movement, quote, entirely changed the politics of the country, according to MSNBC's Chris Hayes. So if anyone laughs at the idea that every worker can become an owner of their company, I say go talk to Alvin Major, who breaded chicken, mixed coleslaw, and baked biscuits for 80 hours a week at 3 KFCs for $7.25 an hour without any overtime pay. Perpetually exhausted, Alvin often fell asleep on the bus home and missed his stop, walking long distances in the middle of the night because he couldn't afford another fare. He had 2 kids and was just happy to be able to support them by working all those hours. But when he joined with other fast food workers across the city demanding $15 in a union, everything changed. A little more than a decade after walking out on his first strike, his salary has nearly tripled. Alvin will tell you nothing is impossible. I'm only a few months into the employee ownership world, but easily my favorite thing has been speaking with employee owners around the country. I'd like to share 2 stories on the power of employee ownership that have touched me. For the first, I'll take you back to a Walmart parking lot in Columbia, South Carolina, 13 years ago. In that parking lot, every morning you'll find Keith Dixon, a 20-year-old kid, parked in his Toyota Yaris hatchback, trying to get some sleep before his next shift as a cashier paid minimum wage at a candy store. Keith was homeless and didn't see any way out of that parking lot until he landed a job separating scrap metal at a local manufacturing plant, and everything changed. From day one, Keith sensed something unusual about the company, AMBAC International, which makes fuel injection systems for heavy-duty commercial and military use. Folks were way more interested in a 20-year-old kid with no professional skill set than he ever would have imagined. Even though he was a temp separating scrap metal, they took time to take him on the shop floor and show him the ropes. Keith worked hard, got hired full-time. He quickly realized the reason everyone was so invested in him was because they owned the company. From the minute he walked in the door, they saw the connection between his work and their wallets. He was trained to have a big picture view of the company and how it operates, and learned how all the details of everyone's job intertwined. It was drilled into him that everyone is as strong as everyone else, from the scrap metal sorter to the CEO. His previous experience handling finances was limited to the cash register in the candy store, but Keith got a comprehensive financial training sitting with a more tenured employee to learn what each line of the P&L meant and how the daily duties of each employee affected those numbers. AMBAC's investment in Keith paid off big time. As he learned about the business, he took on more and more responsibility. 13 years removed from that Walmart parking lot, Keith now manages the supply chain for the entire company. He has enough put away in his ESOP account to feel secure about his retirement, something he never would have imagined before AMBAC. And he's become an advocate for employee ownership, speaking with Department of Labor officials about how it changed his life and teaching the value of the ESOP to new hires. Then there's Kevin Sims, who was working odd jobs after being laid off from a moving company where he'd worked for 14 years in Denton, Texas. He was constantly worried about how to pay his bills and didn't know where his next paycheck was coming from. I was always running. Oh my God, he told me. In his 40s with a son and worried constantly about his future and his kids, Kevin landed a job at, guess where, 100% employee-owned Web Industries, which seems to be the star of the day here, in his hometown of Denton. It changed his life. This is from him directly. I was taught to think like an owner, to speak up if I saw ways to do things more importantly. I was really intrigued by that. I know I'm important, but it made me feel really important, like I was worth more, like I had a stake in something. I came in every day knowing I have a voice that can make change. If the company's losing money, I'm losing money. What can I do to help us? And that's the way everyone thinks. Kevin's proudest moment is manufacturing engine blanket 1361, which blasted off into space. When he thinks of it, he gets emotional and grateful for how far he's come. Employee ownership took him from unemployed and barely scraping by to producing a blanket that made it to outer space. We desperately need more Kevin Simses and Keith Dixons, and we need them now. Our economy is at a tipping point. Voters across the nation in red, blue, and purple states sent a clear message in November. The economy isn't working. It's the most urgent issue in Americans' lives, and people want their elected leaders to do more. Yes, it's the price of eggs, but Americans' pain and discontent run so much deeper. Nearly 60% of Americans can't afford a $2,000 emergency. The share of wealth held by families in the top 10% is 69%, while the share held by families in the bottom 50% is only 3%. We heard this morning the bottom 50% of households hold only about 1% of the country's equities. Most have nothing or next to nothing saved in retirement accounts. Over the past 3 decades, equity gains have far outpaced gains in real estate or real wages. This trend is accelerating. Without access to equity ownership, most of our fellow citizens are going to fall further behind. And since Black and Latino families are much less likely than white families to own stock, they're at risk of falling even further back. In 2022, for example, 2/3 of white families own stocks, compared with 39% of Black families, according to the Federal Reserve. The median value of total stock holdings among white families that year was $67,800, more than 4 times the amount for Black families. It's no wonder fewer than half of Americans born after 1965 expect a better life than their parents' generation. It isn't just workers who are hurting. Lack of wealth at the bottom hurts consumption levels, as those at the bottom spend much higher rates than those at the top. High quit rates, recently peaking at 40%, cause significant and unnecessary friction in the economy, while 70% of Americans are disengaged on the job, costing $2 trillion in annual lost corporate productivity. A recent report from Gallup found overall job satisfaction across America matched a record low, and employees are seeking new jobs at the highest rate since 2015. Workers have grown so frustrated by their jobs that Gallup has given this moment a name: the Great Detachment. We can and must do so much better. What if with a few simple policy changes, which just happen to be wildly popular with voters across party lines, we could build worker wealth and stronger companies? By expanding employee stock ownership plans, we can do just that. ESOPs put appreciating hands in the hands of workers, with equity returns compounding over years to generate meaningful retirement wealth. Worker ownership results in greater worker retention rates for companies, and ownership combined with worker voice initiatives results in greater levels of engagement. A recent article in Barron's about how Publix, which is the country's largest ESOP, is massively outperforming its larger supermarket competitors like Kroger and Target, attributed the company's success to its employee ownership culture. Quote, being employee-owned is a huge advantage for Publix, a retail consultant told Barron's. People would rather work for Publix. It gets better quality employees. Shared ownership means giving every employee a real economic stake in their company's long-term success. This aligns everyone's interests, motivates everyone to do their best work, and lets everyone share in the rewards when their company prospers. ESOPs are an incredible wealth creation tool. $892 billion of wealth created in the last 10 years alone. But we simply don't have enough of them. Only 250 new ESOPs are formed each year, about 1% of the 25,000 companies that are bought and sold. The vast majority of new ESOPs have fewer than 100 employees. About 3/4 of new ESOPs are in the industrial and service industries, so we're missing huge swaths of the economy, like technology, financial services, and media. Expanding ESOPs and our coalition of scores of leading trustees, advisors, investment banks, academic institutions, foundations, and advocacy groups believe that while ESOP structures work well for very small companies, there are notable challenges in achieving similar success with scaled companies and more highly valued businesses. There are many reasons for this, including statutory and regulatory complexity, insufficient corporate tax incentives, tax benefits to sellers that are largely limited to small businesses, and excessive litigation risk associated with forming a new ESOP. These hurdles have constrained new ESOP formation in terms of the number of ESOPs, the size of ESOPs, the sector diversity of ESOPs. The law governing ESOPs was written 50 years ago, and to break the stagnation, we need to modernize the ESOP legislation and regulatory framework and bring it in line with the way the economy functions today. Imagine if instead of hundreds of ESOPs formed each year, we have thousands. Imagine further if workers own 10% of every company in the country through an ESOP. There's a massive and untapped opportunity to dramatically expand the number of ESOPs formed each year, particularly among larger companies and in sectors of the economy where we currently see little ESOP activity. The results would change our country. With all corporate equities estimated at $75 trillion, we'd be talking about $7.5 trillion of wealth creation potential for working Americans. And even if we're only successful with partial adoption, the impact would be enormous. It would strengthen companies and lift up workers. It would create an economy that is truly inclusive and sustainable. We can't afford to wait. And fortunately, it's not something we have to wait for. Even in these divided political times, everyone can agree that if you work hard, you should have a shot to get ahead. ESOPs are a unicorn of an issue that unites and excites people right and left. Ronald Reagan loved them, so does Bernie Sanders. Our polling shows expanding broad-based employee ownership is wildly popular across party lines, and that voters will support politicians who act to create more opportunities for broad-based employee ownership. Just imagine, how different would our economy and our country be if workers owned a piece of every company in America? How different would it be if Keith Dixon's and Kevin Sims's stories were the norm and not the exception? It's time we stop imagining and find out. Thank you.
Our next speaker is en route, so he'll be here in just a few minutes. So maybe just chat with your neighbor for a few minutes, take a breather, and we'll get the show rolling again here soon. It's my pleasure to welcome Representative Blake Moore, who joined Congress in 2021 and represents Utah's 1st District. He currently serves as the first ever Utah Republican on the House Ways and Means Committee, where he sits on the Healthcare, Social Security, and Work and Welfare subcommittees. He also serves on the House Budget Committee and is the vice chair of the House Republican Conference. He's the first Utahn to ever be elected to House or Senate leadership. Congressman Moore has been a leader on bipartisan legislation to address the access to capital issues currently preventing the middle class from building wealth through ESOPs and employee ownership. He joined us a couple of years ago for our first ever forum. He told this story about how he plays center field on the GOP's baseball team for the annual competition between them and the Democrats. So I got curious last night and I was like, I want to look at this guy's career stats. And I found out an interesting fact that last year, the GOP has been crushing the Democrats for like 4 or 5 years in a row. And I think in large part it's because of this guy, because last year he had 5 RBIs and played with the stomach flu. So, so this is definitely a guy you want on your team and in your dugout, and I think we're all glad he's a part of the employee ownership movement.
I mean, we've won 4 straight years. I joined Congress 4 years ago. I'll let you all make the assumptions. Hi, Sarah. She's taking a picture of me right now. You can take as many as you want. I love this topic. We have a basketball game tonight. That's the important part. So I'm a multi-sport guy back here. And now that March Madness is over, I think the hype has been building for this game tonight. So I'm sure you're all very, very aware of it. We play the lobbyists, so there's a little extra. It's like Dems and Republicans join forces tonight and go after the swamp, which is. But I love this because I get to see Sarah again, and when you get to interact with people in a professional manner before here, and keep that relationship connection going, it's key because, we're a product of our experience, and you learn things in life along the way. And the fact that I can apply the things that I learned from Sarah in particular and the work that we did in that consulting relationship to my job literally can help me show up to this miserable existence on a daily basis. It was going to start out to be the worst day of my time. It's a tough vote. I hate this vote. We are trying to find ways to trim out excess. We're looking ahead. We're going to spend $84 trillion. There's going to be $84 trillion of expenditures over the next decade. And all the Republicans are trying to do is find $1.5 trillion to $2 trillion of that potential growth and just find a way to limit that, 1.5 to 2 trillion. Folks, that's not much. And we're going to get beat up for it because anything's related to Medicaid or this or that. It's not much. It's $200 billion, it's $150 billion on a $7 trillion budget. Any one of your businesses, if you're involved in the professional, you should be able to find that if it's dire, right? And we're not even going to be able to. It's like we put that forward. The Senate sent us a bill that cuts $3 billion over 10 years. We did $1.5 trillion, and they did $3 billion floor. Now, it's to provide for maximum flexibility as we get this tax piece done and yada, yada, yada. But it's just such a tough vote. And I thought this was going to be the worst day of my life until about an hour ago, I saved the stock market. So I finished my line of questioning. I'm on the trade subcommittee in Ways and Means. And we have Jameson Greer in. He's the ambassador for USTR. So he's the trade ambassador, an exceptional guy. BYU grad. I'm a University of Utah grad, so we have this riff already. But it's like when you're with your rival, you're actually quite close to your rival when you're against the rest of the world. And so we have this banter, but I did a sincere line of questioning, and I didn't toe the party line. And I pushed back on this whole tariff plan and what it's doing to some of the businesses in my district. And it's not always easy to sort of push against the narrative of your own party. And as I finished the line of questioning, it was very sincere, it was very respectful, but it was pushed. And he responded great. And literally 4 minutes after I got done, Trump announced that he was pausing all tariffs. And so I don't know how else to look at that. Is besides, Yeah, it's just kind of like the baseball thing. This is what they're saying. I'm not saying it. They're saying it. And I did actually put out that it was like Jordan's flu game last year. I was at Jordan's flu game in Utah when he beat the Jazz. And so I've always had a lot of animosity towards his flu game when it wasn't really a flu. Or when he was poisoned, whatever. Anyway, back to the point. I'll make it just quickly. Like I love being considered the House lead on this issue. I have tried to go around my district and see as many ESOPs that are in Utah. When talking to my father-in-law, who's a business titan in Utah, and people ask me what's the one thing that could help the middle class more than anything, and it's off my tongue, ESOPs. The work that you all are doing, the work that your government affairs teams are doing to educate me have given me the ability to, now that I'm on steering committee and I have a leadership role, when the small business Chairman Williams wasn't even running against anybody, but he has to come in and speak to the steering committee so we can approve his bid for chairmanship of that committee. This was a lock. He was going to be the chairman, but I used that as an opportunity to be like, Chairman, why are we not moving this forward? Like, what is it about? Like, are we not now the party of the middle class? Like, this is the one thing that can do it in a sustainable way. This isn't a giveaway. This is taking the opportunity for professionals, for owners of a company to create a legacy for themselves and to enhance the lives of their employees. There's only win-wins here, right? And as you talk about the new world of social impact, the double bottom line, and the things that companies are trying to do to improve lives of those in their communities, and overall, like, this is core. So continue the fight. I love being a heavy part of it, being on Ways and Means, as there's a strategy shift within this environment to think, okay, how can we use this and move it into a Ways and Means aspect and not just related to small business. I think there's a play at both of those committees. Consider me your strongest ally, and whatever I can do to build relationships with the Dems to approach this. I'm not going to give up the baseball thing. We're going to beat them. But if there's anything else we can do, I sincerely would love to be able to help. So they just called votes right as we were walking over here, so I'll have to take off to votes real quick. But with that, is there anything out there? I'm happy to answer any questions or give you perspective on anything that is going on. Don't be bashful. I hated losing Dean Phillips. He was kind of like this really reasonable, smart Democrat that I became good friends with him. We're actually from the same fraternity. Don't get me talking about the fraternity days. It's just nothing but bad. But he gave me a little confidence to be like, okay, I can kind of get out ahead of my party a little bit. And then and the joke about the baseball, we joke about baseball, but I mean, that's the skipper, that's the coach for the baseball team, the manager. He's the chairman of, where I went to him and I said, you want me out in left field, you're going to have to consider some of this more EIA stuff. Like, I'm starting to leverage this role. And now with the new freshman class, I don't know how good they are at center field, so I have to be a little hesitant because I'm like, I don't want him to just say, like, we got somebody to fill your spot. I won't go. But I'm trying to play every angle and communicate it and get it out there. And I will remind you that the center of power within the Republican Party now obviously goes to Louisiana. Number 1 and number 2 are from Louisiana. Well, who was one of the first ESOPs that you all know of? Richard Juschlag, right? Ambulatory Services, set up his company as an ESOP, created a legacy, one of the biggest donors and supporters of Louisiana politicians. So remember that. I've proposed naming things after him, so that would capture attention. I mention it to Speaker and Scalise all the time. So don't think that those intangibles don't matter. And however you need me to help push, you haven't asked much of me. Showing up to this event is something that's easy to do, but continue to work with my team and hopefully push whatever angles we can to advance some of this stuff. So it really does matter. I remember, and when I said that to my father-in-law, it was kind of this realization like, yeah, I don't disagree with you. That would require me to give up a lot of equity and potentially, instead of passing a lot of this wealth to my children, and because he keeps a lot of it, he wants the business to function. He's like, that would be a lot for me to do that. And I recognize that, and I wouldn't expect that. And I don't expect that from people to do it. But people that want to do it should have the ability and the incentive to make it as painless as possible to go through that. Because I saw he's one of the most giving, thoughtful, productive, compassionate people that I know. And for him to be like, oh man, I've built an empire here. I've created jobs through this community, countless, with force multiplier on all the real estate and everything that we do. That would be a hard thing for me to do. As a principal, now he's 84, chairman of the board. His 2 sons run the company. It'd be hard for them to do it. One of their biggest partners, Jacobson Construction, is all in. So they also see the connection of it. What can we do to create a movement within our communities so people can see the value and the benefit that Jacobson Construction gets out of this with such loyalty with their employee base? And how do the other construction companies feel like, gosh, we need to be doing this? And it comes down to that principle being willing to do what is actually a probably pretty scary, tough thing. Because they're choosing sometimes between maybe some wealth for their family versus, wealth for the existence of their business ongoing. Both good things, but it's a tough decision that they have to make. And I didn't really recognize or internalize that until I saw my father-in-law see my exuberance for it and him be like, oh, but I'd be hesitant to some degree because of this. Still going to do amazingly good things, but getting people to jump over that hump, we should be able to do our part. So I appreciate it. Anything else? Anything? Okay. I'm going to run off to votes. I think that there's somebody probably more important here to share with you. I hope this is valuable to you all. If you take nothing else, please reach out to my team. Let us know if there's some particulars or specifics we can do. I will keep going back home and communicating how much I appreciate this. So, thank you.
All right, whoa, that is much higher than I need. So I am thrilled for the 3rd year in a row that I get to introduce Senator Van Hollen. As a Montgomery County, Maryland resident, I have been represented by Senator Van Hollen in our state legislature as a congressman and now as a senator. We're so proud to have him as our representative. Senator Van Hollen is a steadfast champion for workers and families, equal rights, equal justice, and equal opportunity. He's fought for creating more jobs, better jobs, strengthening small businesses, increasing educational and job training opportunities for individuals of all ages and in every community. He's released a comprehensive plan to address the problem of growing inequality in America and provided a blueprint for building an economy that works for everybody. That's just a little part of what makes him great, but we in the employee ownership world appreciate that he shows up for us all the time, every time. Thank you, Senator Van Hollen, for being with us. We're so excited you're here.
Well, it's great to be here. Thank you, Maureen, for that generous introduction. Most importantly, thank you for all the work that you do on employee ownership. And it's great to be with all of you today. People ask me, how you doing today or this day? And that question's gotten a lot harder to answer in many ways because it is just one thing after another. It's like whiplash around here. But I am steadily focused, as all of you are, with everything going on in the world, still with this important effort to really encourage, promote, and dramatically expand employee-owned businesses. So thank all of you for being part of this mission. It's great to be here with Blake Moore. I want to thank him for his leadership in the House side. I understand he had some fighting words about basketball. Next year, no. So in addition to Maureen and the Aspen Institute, I also want to thank some of the other sponsors who are here, the Rutgers Institute for the Study of Employee Ownership and Profit Sharing, and within the Aspen Institute Economic Opportunities Program. Thank all of you for sponsoring this. To Jack Moriarty, who I saw on the way in, I want to thank him and the Ownership America team, who's been focused on this mission for some time as well. Jim Bonham, I don't know if he is here, but I want to thank him and his team over at ESOP, the ESOP Association. You know, we all use this catchphrase, we need to build an economy that works for everybody. And that's true. That needs to be the guiding principle. But it's one thing to say it. It's another thing to try to take actions to actually do it. And the reason I'm such a big believer in employee ownership is because I think that's an opportunity to match that rhetoric with action going forward. I want to speak for a moment about a dear friend for those of us in the Montgomery County, Maryland community who just passed away. I don't know if any of you know Jack Fitzgerald. So if you probably don't, but if you live in this area and you want to buy a car, he was the owner of a big car dealership. And he would do these advertisings called the Fitz Way. And I mention him because he just passed away, but the reason his story is so relevant to our conversation today is he was determined to turn his business, a very successful and quite large car dealership business, over to his employees. And he spent much of the last sort of 15 years of his life working toward that goal. And he did it for the reasons all of you gather here, because number one, he wanted to make sure that when he passed away, his employees would continue to have good paying jobs, wanted job security. He also knew that if he turned over the company to them, that when they retire, they would have about 3 times the assets of non-employee owners who work. And he understood that spirit, he tried to make sure he operated Fitzgerald Auto dealership in a sort of spirit of unity and camaraderie, but he also understood that by doing that, by making it employee-owned, you would be able to really match the incentives with the intent. And he succeeded. Here's what he said, and he was quite open about this, and we worked with him. He said, "I want to ensure that our employees keep their jobs long after I'm gone, and that the Fitzway philosophy continues well into the future." So he passed away within the last week, and he was successful. And that is a big part of his legacy going forward. But his efforts to achieve employee ownership also are one of the reasons that we got to pass this bill, because he was determined to do it. And he faced a lot of obstacles in trying to get there. There was a lot of red tape that he had to navigate himself through. He also, of course, was he was fortunate to be in a position where he didn't have to get the total amount of the value of the company right away. In other words, accessing the capital wasn't a huge challenge for him, but he really had to work hard at it. And one of the goals we have is to make sure that it's not so difficult to achieve it, so that more businesses do it. Because if you look at the 2024 data in my state of Maryland, we're home to 99 ESOPs. With just over 27,000 plan participants, right? That's in a state of 8 million people and millions of workers. So we have a lot of work to do. And our goal here is to make sure that we do it. And Jack Fitzgerald is sort of an example in another way, which is the silver tsunami, right? We have these 2.9 million small business owners who are rapidly approaching retirement age. In Jack's case, obviously at the end of his years, and they employ collectively, all those small businesses, about 32 million people. And so we want to make sure that those small business opportunity men and women, that they have an incentive and are encouraged to do what Jack Fitzgerald did without having to jump through all those hoops and red tape. And we also want to make sure that those businesses are not just a private equity firm with no connection to the community, doesn't swoop down and eat them up, and in many cases, foreign capital, where there's just no local attachment to the community from the purchasers. And so that is why we've introduced this legislation in the past. We've been working with many of you in the room to revise it, to fine-tune it going forward. As you know, it's in the House, been introduced in the House and in the Senate. In the Senate, I'm working with Senator Moran, and well as Senator Young, Todd Young. So will be a bipartisan bill in the Senate. We expect to introduce it very, very soon. We're about to head into a little break, but when we get back, we want to introduce it. You'll be hearing from Cassidy Brzezinski, who's on my team. Cassie, when's our target date? Do you know? April 29th. There you go. So with your help, we will introduce it on that date, and then build a lot of momentum to get it done. As you know, and I mentioned one of the barriers being the capital, right? Because in many cases, it takes 5 to 10 years to recoup the funds when the owner decides to transfer ownership to all his or her employees. And some people can do that, some people can't, right? Some people right now just want to make sure that they can recover 100% right away. And that's not feasible in so many cases. So that's why this bill is important, because it's a bill that will provide some capital through a guarantee program. There's no subsidy in this, but there are some important guarantees written in. Originally, when we introduced the bill, it went through a Small Business Administration program. After a lot of consultation with many of you in the room and with my colleagues, we're now working it through the Commerce Department, so we'll be working with the Commerce Committee. But I do think, and I think you can see from the bipartisan sponsorship, that this is one of those things that does bring people together. And I'm very hopeful that with your help, and it will require all your help, we can get this over the finish line in one form or another, because at a time when we're so polarized as a country in terms of so many other issues, maybe, again, this is something that people can rally behind and make good on. And I'll close where I started. You know, again, we all talk about an economy that works for everybody. This is a tangible, clear mechanism that allows people to do that, because people become owners in their own enterprises that they're working toward. And I don't need to go through the whole litany of benefits with this group, but I think you know there are many. In addition to being able to retire with greater ownership, with greater equity, there have been many studies that show in the government contracting space how employee-owned enterprises are more cost-effective and a better deal for the taxpayer. So we know the benefits. Now we just got to do the politics. Thank you all for being part of this mission to finally make sure that we move forward on what we all say we want to do, which is create an economy that works better for all of us. So thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you to Rutgers. Thank you. Thank you, Maureen. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you, Senator. How about we get another round of applause for the now senior senator from the state of Maryland for all his great work. I now have the opportunity and delighted to introduce our final panel for this afternoon. And the panel is titled Views from the Hill. And I'm excited about this panel because it's a hybrid. On the one hand, you've heard from members today on both sides of the aisle. This is an opportunity to hear in part from members of their staff. And anyone who's been on the Hill knows it's the staff run the place, and their hard work, without it, this movement, this coalition, this progress on employee ownership wouldn't be possible. So on the staff front, I'm thrilled to welcome Sarah Mashevitz, who's the pension counsel for the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, known as the HELP Committee. for Ranking Member Bernie Sanders. Joining Sarah is Cassie Brzezinski, who the senator called out, who's a policy advisor in Senator Van Hollen's office. And on the House side, Andrew Mansell, legislative assistant for Congressman Moore. These three staff members are joined by two experts and tenured members of the ESOP and employee ownership community. As I understand, both are former staffers as well, so they know where all the bodies are buried, which is good for this conversation. Very excited to welcome my colleague Greg Facciano, Vice President of Government Affairs and Public Relations at the ESOP Association, and Ike Brannon, the President of Capital Policy Analytics, Senior Fellow at the Jack Kemp Foundation. And with that, Ike, I will hand the mic over to you.
Great. Hey, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. When my first job in the Capitol was working for the Joint Economic Committee, and my office was literally on the other side of those doors. And the great thing about that, depending on your age, is that all the leftover food from every event here was rolled over there. So it was a boon for the interns and a curse for the rest of us. I became interested in ESOPs back when I was finishing up my graduate degree in economics at Indiana University, when I was a research assistant for Ben Craig at Indiana University and John Pencavel. Congressman Van Hollen referred to a number of studies talking about how ESOPs and employee-owned organizations seem to have better productivity. That all stems from the series of seminal research that Pencavel and Craig did. The fundamental question of economics: does it matter who owns your desk? Are you more productive if it's owned by the Defense Department, General Dynamics, or if owned by yourself? And this question was put forth by Joseph Schumpeter almost a century ago. And I think a lot of us have said intuitively we know what the answer is, but our intuition has gone various different ways. And so what Pencavel and Craig did is they got data from many lumber mills in the Pacific Northwest in the early 1990s. And in that universe, there were a lot of corporate-owned lumber mills. There were a lot of sole proprietor lumber mills, and there were a lot of employee-owned ESOPs lumber mills. And so the question is, what is more productive? And they came up with the answer that Senator Van Hollen knows, right? That holding forth everything else constant, they tend to be employee-owned lumber mills were much more productive. It matters quite a bit, it turns out, for the motivation of people to have a little stake in the ownership, and it goes far. And economists have always said this thing: well, it shouldn't matter all that much. If you work harder, you get a very small incremental increase if you do something that makes your company more productive. But it matters a lot more than that, right? There's something innate about an employee-owned company that boosts productivity. Fast forward 15 years, I'm from a small town in downstate Illinois, where the local bank, where I've been a shareholder since I was 6 years old, and one of my grandparents died and left me $300 worth of stock in this bank. The bank became an ESOP S Corp back in 2001, and being the only person associated with the bank that has a PhD in economics, I've done a lot of things for the bank over this time. The bank's nearly, it's not a small independent bank anymore. It's almost $10 billion worth of deposits. And you know what I really enjoy going back, and I'm back still seeing my mom 3 or 4 times a year, and I always stop by the bank, is the president takes me through to meet all the millionaires who work as tellers at our hometown bank. But the reason one of the reasons I've been going back home a lot the last year and a half isn't just that I miss my mom. I do, but the president of the ESOP, the guy who founded it, passed away, and it's made things really complicated, trying to make sure that everything operates like it should, that our new ESOP isn't breaking any rules, that everything is adhering to. And so it's been a big administrative chore. And, I'm just an economist. I'm not an accounting expert, but like more than once, like I've been the guy who has to figure out the right person to talk to in Washington, D.C. to make sure that we're not stepping over any lines and that we're going to blow this thing up, right? So it's way more difficult to not just to start an ESOP, but also to keep these things going. And so anything we can do in that regard would be really beneficial, since we know how much better they are at inducing productivity and effort and reducing attrition and quits from other places. So that's where I'm coming from. And when I was on the Hill, I worked for 2 Utah members, actually, Senator Robert F. Bennett from Utah and Senator Hatch, who was, of course, chair of the Finance Committee. And Senator Hatch was very motivated by ESOPs and S corporations. And what he would do every Congress is he would get a whole bunch of people together and ask what 10 things could be done to make the life of an ESOP better. And he would carry this list with him every time we went into any meeting of the Senate Finance Committee or a conference committee or anything. And if they needed his vote and he saw he had a modicum of leverage, he would pull out this list and look for something he could ask. And he would go down this list. And I was talking to Sarah before this, like back in the day, there were actually conference committees and people would actually get things done, and they'd do things on a bipartisan basis. So it's kind of disappeared a little bit. But Senator Bennett, whether we were in the majority, was dogged about trying to make things easier for ESOP. So I guess my first question for mainly for Cassie and Sarah. So what is the state of play right now? What's going on in the Help Committee, Commerce Committee? Like, is there a chance that we're going to do something to improve the life of ESOPs this year?
Sure. Is this on? Can you guys hear me? Okay, great. The first thing I'm going to say is it sounds like we just need you back in congressional staff. If we were getting things done back then, and we can get things done now. So I have to give the obligatory, I'm a staffer, I don't speak for the senator, these are my opinions, I'll do it for all 3 of us. There we go. Now we've got the worst part out of the way. Now to the fun part, which is I don't think that you probably have ever heard a Bernie Sanders staffer quote Ronald Reagan, but that's what I'm going to do. So in a 1987 speech, President Ronald Reagan was quoted as saying the following: "I can't help but believe that in the future we will see in the United States and throughout the Western world an increasing trend toward the next logical step, employee ownership. It's a path that befits a free people." So I know you've heard this over and over again today, but let me be the 100th person to say to you that this is a wonderful bipartisan issue. We are thrilled to be working on it. It is one of the top priorities for Senator Sanders in the committee, but at large, we believe that it's one of the most important things that you can do on behalf of working people across the country. And we have a huge ESOP community in Vermont. In fact, we have 40 Vermont-based ESOPs. That's about 5,000 workers throughout the state. I only mention this because, like, as a percentage, Senator Van Hollen, I mean, I don't know, we're catching up in Vermont. So, but the question was on the state of play, right? And so you've heard several tidbits today about tariffs, about reconciliation, and how things are not going so well in those arenas. But what I will say to you is that retirement is the exception to the rule, I think, on those types of issues. I think that there is still a lot of bipartisanship, as you see in this room and on this panel even, about retirement issues. And so although things do not move quickly in Congress, my good news for you is that I think that there are several points of agreement in this space and remain so, even in such an acrimonious environment. So as most of you know, the Work Act was passed as a part of Secure 2. And as a part of that, we got Hillary at the Department of Labor. There you are. Wonderful. Great. We're glad to hear. It's a little more awkward with you in the room, but you were gone and now you're back and we're thrilled. Right. So if you don't know Hillary, please go talk to her. So that's number one, right? And we're going to continue to work with DOL where we can. Obviously, there's a lot of career staff that remain at DOL who are wonderful. There's a lot of politicals as well. We're having in our conversations that we have with the political staff as we go through these nomination processes, we're asking them about ESOPs and making sure that they're aware and making sure that this is a project that they want to work on at the department with Hillary. So second, I will mention that the continuing resolution that was passed in March did not have the funding we had hoped. There was a conversation about $2 million in funding for employee ownership grants to state centers, and unfortunately that was excluded from the CR. There have not been a lot of opportunities for new monies, but the senator is a champion of that and continues to ask for it doggedly, and you can expect that to continue going forward. I'll also briefly mention the adequate consideration rule. I did not get to stay all day, but I'm guessing that came up. We were thrilled that it came out after decades of waiting. Less thrilled that it immediately got rescinded, and not for in my read of this, again, personally, my read is that it wasn't because of substance. It was because of process. So I think one of the things that we can do as staffers is keep an eye on those processes where we can continue to push things forward that is not political, to make sure that we continue to work on this rule, because from our perspective, right, it's important for both the owners and the employees who become both. And we want to make sure that, that businesses have the surety that they need to be able to go through these processes, and that workers get the benefit of ESOPs in general. Hopefully everybody's okay back there. And then lastly, and I think this leads pretty well into what the work that you're doing for the senator is, we're working on a new version of the Employee Ownership Bank Act, which would give $500 million in low interest rate loans to help workers purchase businesses. So we are not as far along as Senator Van Hollen, unfortunately for you, fortunately for me, because I have a little more time to introduce the bill. So anyone who's interested in that idea or any other ideas, please, we're always, our door's always open, and we love to learn from you guys on the ground every day. And I'll pass it to you.
Very well said. I could not have said any of this better myself. And just wanted to build on what Sarah said about just the legislation that you're working on. I think these can be very complementary. And it really points to the fact that there is growing support across the Hill, across multiple caucuses, different members on both sides of the aisle, and along the political spectrum. There's a lot of support for employee ownership and for the ESOP model, as well as the cooperative model, and just in general, all shared models of shared ownership. As my boss mentioned, of course, we're working on our legislation that would it would be very nice to have these two both be introduced, both pass, and we could see an array of financing options available for firms that are looking to transition to an ESOP model or something similar. But of course, we're working on our legislation, which will hopefully be out very soon, which would provide a zero subsidy credit facility for commerce to basically provide the full faith and credit of the U.S. government for ownership investment companies and small companies that are looking to getting into financing ESOP transitions, for them to be able to have that backing. So that way there would be a broader array of financing options. There would be a mentor protege program similar to the Small Business Investment Act, and we would just be able to provide those guardrails and a lower cost of credit for that to be an option. And hopefully, between these two bills, it would be very nice to be able to have these options so that firms don't feel inadvertently forced into, selling to private equity or just, going public. Not that that's necessarily a viable option these days. Like, it's getting very challenging to enter the public markets, and that's a whole different discussion. But it's gotten hard for succession planning to be viable and be worker forward. So I'm hoping that this will continue to percolate throughout the Hill, and that we'll continue to see a lot of support on all sides of the aisle for efforts like this. I'm very heartened by the fact that, we've had such strong support from Republicans and from, Democrats, and that there doesn't seem to be any sort of, political toxicity, knock on wood. We should all knock on wood after I say that, but there doesn't seem to be any political toxicity with this, and it's amazing to see such broad support from, a lot of these committee chairs. We feel good about the Finance Committee leads. Wyden and Crapo seem to be allies in our corner, and so we're very excited to just see this momentum continue to build. And I would just add one more thing, I'm sorry, but I think it's really unique that this issue sits at a very unique nexus when it comes to policy issues, because we have, obviously as Democrats, we're very, pro-worker. A lot of our Republican friends are too. A lot of people are pro-worker. But this is also an onshoring effort, right? I mean, a lot of folks have probably mentioned that today. So I'm not going to be a broken record, but there are benefits that that can really speak to the current administration as well as the last administration. And so this is a very unique issue that we can really message on both sides of the aisle.
Well, one thing I thought that was really important that Sarah brought up is that there have been a lot of action in a bipartisan way on issues related to saving, right? Secure Act 2.0 passed, and it really pushed the ball forward in terms of making it easier for people to save for retirement. And so that is the one thing that I think that heartens me a lot, that there is a possible route to get something like this done. So let me just throw this out to the gentleman here. What is going on the regulatory front? So we know that the rules that got issued at the end of the Biden administration have been withdrawn, but do we see any hope that stuff might be going on in the next year or two? I know we have an EBSA administrator named, but not confirmed. So
happy to jump on that grenade. Greg Fasciano with the ESOP Association. As Jack referenced, after a 25-year career on Capitol Hill, I jokingly tell people, my father I got a political science degree, and he called it BS and BS. What are you going to do with that? So went to Capitol Hill, and after 25 years, I got time off for good behavior. And so there is hope on the other side, staffers. But we work very hard as a 501c6. We educate. We do all kinds of stuff. We do a lot of advocacy work, lobbying, and other things with all of that. And we work particularly hard in this regulatory issue because of the salience of it for ESOPs and the future of the ESOP community. Why does this matter? Why was it so important to get in the Work Act, which was a result of a lot of hard work, including from people sitting here? The regulatory uncertainty, which, by the way, goes beyond just adequate consideration. There's other things here about the aggressive and long-standing investigatory tactics by EBSA. And yes, Aronowitz has been nominated but not yet confirmed. They're kind of waiting through that process. There's also resistance from DOL about FOIA and some secretive practices there, specifically about common interest agreements, which I'm happy to touch on as well. But we know when it comes to why is this such an issue? Why is it so important to ESOPs today and the future? It's a quantifiable problem. It's not just our assertion. It's not just something we think is an issue. It's not something that these folks recognize because they've spent so much time wading through ESOP issues, thankfully. We know from a 2021 Pepperdine Cost of Capital survey that there's major concern among business owners when it comes to becoming an ESOP. They see the government intrusion or oversight of this as an issue and the uncertainty that surrounds it. We've quantified that with 2024 study and research that we did with focus groups and business owners and others. It is, like I said, deeply quantifiable and qualitative research on that too. So what do we mean? What was this regulatory certainty? Unpack that for a second. Trustees, with ESOPs specifically, trustees need certainty to know when they've acted in good faith. The law talks about this, ERISA talks about this, but they need certainty to know what is good faith, and ERISA doesn't have that now. DOL has never instituted these regulations in 50 years. On the other side of that, business owners need confidence that they're doing things correctly, and they're not going to be second-guessed by the government. That's a huge problem. It causes this injection of uncertainty, and folks look at another offer, strategic competitor, private equity, any other financing option, which some of the finance bills that are being contemplated kind of try to get around. We've got a lot of thoughts about what that looks like. We put out a proposed rule, what we think. There's a variety of things there. Encourage you to take a look at that. But I think it's important from a 30,000-foot level to remember, the parties at the point of a negotiation, the inertia is to get a deal. The employees don't own a thing until a deal is done. We can't get all the benefits, the positive things we've all been talking about, everyone in the room acknowledges, we all know about, until a deal is done. And the deals don't get done when there's this tremendous uncertainty. And the deals don't get done unless there's regulatory clarity. And the deals don't get done if a business owner looks at this and says the DOL can come in here and second guess me years after the fact. And so clearing out this underbrush is so incredibly important. And it seems at times that our own Department of Labor has actually been hostile to ESOPs and arguably even hostile to other forms of retirement. Defined benefit pensions and other things are going away. It seems like the only thing they like is 401ks, which certainly not bad, but it kind of feels like we've been, injured on this. So the effect of all of this is it's denying millions of American workers the chance at ownership.
So, Matt, I just have one thing I want to add is, I've got a bunch of side gigs. One of it, I run this very small nonprofit called the Savings and Retirement Foundation. And mainly what we do is we have seminars every other week for people who are scholars who do research on issues related to savings and retirement. And so most of our participants work for the federal government. So we have some people from Ways and Means, Congressional Budget Office, Joint Community Taxation, U.S. Treasury, and EBSA. A bunch of people come from EBSA. And I've said several times, we would love to have somebody come and give a talk on ESOPs or S-Corps. And they said, there's no such person. Nobody is really doing a lot of research there. They have a research staff. They're doing some interesting work on labor market issues related to savings, but they could never tell me, oh, yeah, there's a whole team that thinks about this stuff, and that's a big gap.
I would suggest two things. One, the folks who work so hard to get the Work Act put in place, part of that establishment of the Employee Ownership Initiative was to get a body in the Department of Labor who understands, looking at you, Hillary, who understands the positives of employee ownership and can be in the building. So when the Secretary of Labor says, someone needs to tell me about this ESOP thing, who do we have in the building? Instead of calling an EBSA investigator, they can call an Employee Ownership Initiative director and have a positive view instead of a negative view. The second thing, not my words, theirs, you can go to the released adequate consideration rule that EBSA did. Now, it's pulled from their website, but you can find it on ours. We warehoused it. You can read their preamble, which is very lengthy and extensive. You can see exactly what EBSA thinks of ESOPs. And I'm just going to, spoiler alert, it's not good. It's very hostile. It's very hostile. So EBSA's cards are on the table, and there has to be a sea change there. And that's part of the reason this regulatory uncertainty, we have to address that. And thanks to the supporters that we have, do that.
Yeah, that's great. I would, Andrew Mansell with Congressman Moore's office. I think that's a good characterization. There's a lot of, worst case skepticism, best case lack of interest, don't know anything regarding ESOPs in the regulatory space. We saw that last Congress as we were working on the EEIA. At best, again, disinterest from SBA, and that's one of the reasons, among others, that we wanted to make our transition, like the Senator alluded to putting this facility in the Commerce Department, where we think there's a lot more openness, and it makes more sense in terms of a supply chain standpoint to have it exist over there. Congressman Moore mentioned we had Mr. Phillips as our co-lead last go-around. We've got Lori Trahan from Massachusetts as our new partner in the House. She's an ENC member, great team. And so we're really excited to get this out in the next few weeks, like Cassie was saying. I think from that commerce standpoint, I think it's really great to look at this in terms of the tariff environment and our supply chain resilience, as people have been talking about. ESOPs should be seen as a really valuable tool to keep businesses onshored. And so the more we can position it kind of from that lens, saying like, hey, let's we are purists. We like employee ownership, but we also like to see this as one of many arrows in our quiver of tools to keep businesses domestic-owned, American-owned. We run great risk in the foreign M&A market for losing IP to foreign states, bad actors. A lot of Chinese firms in particular are interested in buying up American businesses. We're seeing fewer mom-and-pop shops being passed down, generation, larger businesses too. And so that's another reason we've expanded the scope of the bill as well, to be able to serve a larger breadth of businesses. And so this is going to be a really great opportunity. I think as people get more familiar with the concept, I think once people get to know it, we find very little opposition. It's just kind of still a foreign, relatively new thing to most minds out here. So as we shop it around, we've gotten really positive results, and we've got members queued up who want to join in on the project. And so I think we're in a really good position, and I think a great opportunity to ride the wave.
So Andrew brings up a really interesting point, and I think Cassie alluded to this, and so did her boss. What I find really interesting about this, we got someone from Help, we have Ways and Means, we're talking about commerce, is that the jurisdiction really matters for the success of this bill, right? And it can go almost anywhere, right? So I was with Hatch. Hatch saw this as a finance committee issue. I spent a couple years at ENC, and at the time, my boss thought it was an ENC issue. This could go technically all over the place. So maybe everyone can just say for a minute, Andrew, start with you, like help everyone out to understand about this jurisdictional issue and why that seems to matter so much.
Well, we'd love to have it in Ways. We think that'd be great. But I think you do need to have sympathetic jurisdiction. A little bit of buy-in goes a long way. So that's why I think the idea of the Commerce Department makes the most sense, because they're the ones with jurisdiction over this, supply chain space. We've been having some back and forth, and I'm not. We're ironing out where we'll be referred to in the House, certainly. But that's what makes sense to me.
Sure. I'm always happy to participate in a jurisdictional cage match any day of the week. No, this is very, very deeply inside the Beltway stuff. So for those of you who are not around here, congratulations for not being around here, but also I'm sorry. Look, we first and foremost, we are also now on finance. So if finance wants to take it, I mean, we're certainly interested in that. And so is actually Senator Cassidy. So you've got the chair and the ranking member of Help who sit on both Help and finance. And so in our experience on the Senate side, there's a lot of bills that cross over between both finance and Help. The thing that makes Help jurisdiction very unique, though, is the DOL piece, right? So we have jurisdiction over DOL related things. And so whether that's Aronowitz's nomination, and the hearing on that, or adequate consideration, those kinds of pieces that are DLWell related are more in the Help space. But we are certainly more than willing and happy to work across jurisdictional lines.
Well, what I thought was really interesting is in 2017, the EPS administrator was, of course, Preston Rutledge, who was a colleague of mine came from the Senate Finance Committee. And so Preston was a big fan, I think, of ESOP. There were probably 4 other things he liked, but he really understood it. But I think it made it kind of difficult, again, because everyone at finance thinks everything has to do with taxes, and so they should just basically do everything. And I think he's kind of struggled with that, and he came from, we used to have at Treasury and all that. So I'm sorry, Cassie, go ahead.
No, it's fine. I mean, this remains an ongoing question for us as well. That's, I guess, one of the more interesting factors when you're looking at such a dynamic issue that touches on so many different aspects of what we do on the Hill. So I think we've been in conversations with the parliamentarian about our bill, and the parliamentarians on both House and Senate. And so it might, we've heard finance, we've also, had a few comments about banking potentially, which I don't, although Senator Van Hollen does sit on banking, we don't necessarily quite see that being the #1 committee for us. But we've also—
Clearly everybody wants us. This is great.
I know, right? This is true. And then commerce, obviously, we've been in touch with commerce and the Cantwell team last Congress.
Just help.
Yeah,
just kidding.
I know. I mean, at this point, why not? Let's go for gold. But no, I think it's definitely a unique topic for that. But right now, we're looking at finance. I think we're keeping an open mind between finance, commerce, also Help. I think there could be a lot of tangential opportunity for us to figure that out. So it remains an open question.
Great. So we just have a couple minutes left. Maybe we'll do the question, but Greg, I just want to give you the last word if there's anything you want to throw in here.
Sure, thanks. I appreciate it. I alluded to something, so I'll just come back to that, just so I don't leave a hanging Chad for those of you who are around 2000. A couple other things from Capitol Hill perspective that are being looked at that I think it should be interesting for the ESOP community should be interested in. One, common interest agreements and kind of EBSA tactics. There have been letters from the past and current chair of the House Ed and Workforce Committee about some of EBSA's investigatory tactics, leaving investigations open for 4+ years. There's appropriations language about this to try to get this stuff. Prior DOL was very resistant to some of the oversight attempts from the prior chairman, the new chairman, Tim Wahlberg, who's both the prior chair, Virginia Fox, and the current Tim Wahlberg of Michigan, very positive on ESOPs, very supportive. So they've been promoting this and trying to look and get under the hood here and see what's going on at EBSA and get some of that data, which is, again, that regulatory underbrush I talked about. But one of the things that's popped up in the last, say, 90 days has been these common interest agreements. And this should be a little shocking. This is where the secret agreement between the Department of Labor and plaintiffs' firms are where information is gathered outside of due process on ESOPs, and it is shared with plaintiffs' firms who don't even have a plaintiff yet. They don't even have a client yet. It's basically the government paying for the fishing expedition for class action lawsuits. Now, if you don't think that has a chilling effect on ESOPs or someone considering an ESOP or employee ownership, it's shocking. And DOL has done this against ESOPs. Again, this is subject to congressional issue, congressional oversight being looked at. Every retirement plan is concerned, in and outside the ESOP world. There's also a case, Cornell Cunningham, which if you're not familiar with that, you should keep an eye on that. It's been argued at the Supreme Court. We're awaiting a decision. That has to do with pleading standards. There was an amicus brief released by the Chamber of Commerce, which talked about ESOPs about a dozen times. In the first 24 pages, you don't have to read it all unless you're an insomniac. But the first couple pages will make your toes curl in terms of how it explains that and again, the DOL supported the plaintiff's bar position on this, the explosion of class action lawsuits that could be born out of this case. And so there's a real concern here. So this whole swirl of investigatory legal issues coupled with the regulatory underbrush, it's just a bad scenario that we're trying to really unpack and unwind, and reaching out and leading with our congressional champions to try to do.
Which is why safe harbor provision is just so important.
Well, it would be if they wrote a good one. Yeah. The safe harbor provision they wrote when they released it on their own motion, by their own admission, was such a high standard. We sat in a room full of, we have a professionals forum of ESOP professionals, 400 plus, almost 450 ESOP professionals. Not one said that it's a good regulation. A safe harbor would be a good one if they did it right, to your point. But the one that they've released is such a high standard that even its existence, which sets an unattainable bar, would open the door to plaintiffs' attorneys because, well, look at all these transactions. We told you we told the court what a good transaction looks like, but this didn't meet that. So we must have suspicion and look into it. So they've set such a high bar with what they released. We actually want that one killed. If they want to come back and talk about it, maybe. But right now, the one they released is concerning.
Okay. Well, Greg, thank you so much for that. And I'd like to thank the rest of my panelists for a really interesting 45 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's my great pleasure to welcome to the podium the former Republican Lieutenant Governor of the state of North Dakota, the Honorable Tammy Miller. She has been a highly accomplished business executive, and I think holds the rare and maybe unique and maybe only characteristic of being a lieutenant governor who's also been chief executive officer of a 100% ESOP company, which is extremely interesting, unique, and cool. Her company was a multi-billion-dollar construction, industrial, and utility market supply corporation in the electrical industry located in Fargo, North Dakota. We've had many conversations with Tammy, who really knows what she's talking about and is a serious former government official. So Tammy, welcome. We look forward to learning from you, and thank you so much for joining us.
Well, good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you talking about one subject that I am super passionate about, and that is employee ownership. And I do want to thank the Aspen Institute and Rutgers for hosting this event. North Dakota is a small state. Our overall population is under 800,000. Yet we are home to 63 ESOP companies and 30,684 individuals who participate in employee-owned companies. So that's a pretty good ratio. We are also home to two of the largest not 100%, majority-owned, employee-owned companies, according to the NCEO Top 100 list, and that is Shields All Sports and Border States. In fact, those two companies are on the top 50 list, but the list is the top 100. So having spent the last 4 years of my life in the government sector, I know there is so much more we need to do to make employee ownership the first choice. How can we increase awareness, create more incentives, and offer more support? I'm very pleased to say that on March 24th of 25, just a couple weeks ago, in North Dakota, House Bill 1156 was signed into law, giving CPA firms the opportunity to have ESOP ownership. This is pretty exciting because, number one, I think CPAs as trusted advisors are well positioned to promote employee ownership with their clients, with their own firms, and with policymakers. And I am a little selfish there because I started my career in public accounting, and I still maintain a CPA license. I really believe CPAs are trusted advisors and can do more in this space. I was excited to see the Journal of Accountancy come out in April online. The cover story, ESOPs, not a fable. And there were two articles. One was why firms are choosing employee ownership plans. And the second one was what to know when your clients are considering employee ownership. The second article finished with a quote from an individual who recently sold his independent research firm to his employees. And he said, "For me, the greatest benefit was the fact that people who had worked as employees became owners and took on the responsibility. I didn't expect it to be so different. The sense of ownership really affected everybody." I wish every industry and professional association would work more to help their members be more aware of the benefits of employee ownership. So while I most recently served as the 39th Lieutenant Governor of the great state of North Dakota, I spent most of my adult life working at an employee-owned company, 29 years. And I spent 14 years as the CEO. So that company is Border States, one of the largest employee-owned companies in the country and 100% ESOP owned. So today, the company does $4.5 billion in annual sales, is still headquartered in the great state of North Dakota, has over 3,500 employee owners, operates in 29 states, and has 130 branch locations. As you heard, Border States is a wholesaler of electrical supplies and equipment to utilities, so electric and gas utilities, to the construction market, residential and commercial, and to industrials who might be using the products for the original equipment they're manufacturing, to automate their plant, or just general repair and maintenance. So Border States has been an ESOP for over 40 years, but not 100% employee-owned. We didn't become 100% until the tax laws changed. We put together a white paper, convinced the board to convert to an S-Corp and become 100% ESOP owned in 2000. In 2006, I became the CEO and held that position as CEO and board chair for 14 years. During that time, we grew from $485 million in annual sales to $2.5 billion in 14 years. Our stock value grew from $161 a share to over $1,800 a share. Employee ownership powered and continues to power the growth and success of Border States. And fundamental to the ownership culture, you've heard some of these things today, are transparency, education, empowerment, and accountability. This culture produces responsible behavior, which results in, as you heard earlier today, the trifecta. Employee owners amassing more personal wealth than they ever dreamed possible. Company financial performance that exceeds industry benchmarks. And employees understanding their duty to give back to the communities where they live and work. So let's dive just a little bit deeper into each of those three items in the trifecta. Starting with employee owner wealth creation. At Border States, we really use the ESOP to drive culture, performance, and employee owner wealth. Every employee owner was expected to own it, to make decisions, find solutions at the lowest possible level in the organization, to take care of customers, their fellow employee owners, and their communities. And employees were empowered with information and education, coupled with clear levels of authority. Border States is extremely transparent, sharing all information except information covered by an NDA or confidentiality agreement and individual compensation. Additionally, the strategic plan is communicated to every single employee owner, and every employee owner can see how their role supports the strategy of the company. We do that by cascading goals in their annual reviews and goal-setting process, goals that are linked to the strategic plan. And we have often and frequent communication. The company had a very and continues to have a very defined communication strategy to support the strategic plan. Every month, the leaders of the company make a video. Those videos are shared with the employee owners at their monthly owner meetings at their individual branch. They see a video about the company performance, they get a PowerPoint package with their business unit performance, they get information about the strategic plan and other strategic objectives, and they get financial education. You heard about financial literacy being so important. Imagine as an employee getting ready for work every day and going to work for the company you own, knowing you have a stake in the game, knowing you are empowered with transparent information, clear levels of authority, and frequent education, knowing you are responsible to take care of customers, your fellow employee owners, and the community, and knowing you will be rewarded for your good work with wealth creation in the ESOP and cash bonuses. This is the American dream, and this is what it's like working at Border States every day. And this is what it's like working at many of the other employee-owned companies across the United States. This ownership model is a powerful motivator that drives performance, engagement, retention, and recruitment. During my 14 years as CEO, we created 257 millionaires. And these were not all managers. These were truck drivers, warehouse associates, inside salespeople. We had one employee owner who worked in the warehouse and at the city desk, so at the counter. Certainly wasn't making six figures. He retired with lots of retirement income security. He had over $2 million in his ESOP account. I find myself often comparing Border States' ESOP to other benefit plans. My sister, who passed away just 3 weeks ago from a long battle of colon cancer, she worked in state government, not in North Dakota, as a legal secretary and had 30 years working in state government. She wasn't retired, she was on sick leave when she passed away. Her two sons, she doesn't have minor children and she doesn't have a surviving spouse, so her two sons will only inherit what she contributed to the pension over those 30 years, plus interest, about $100,000. So I calculated if she would have worked at Border States those 30 years, I know exactly what the ESOP contributions were. Over 30 years, they averaged 13% of eligible compensation. Stock value grew on average 17%. If she would have passed away having 30 years with Border States, her sons would have inherited $3.4 million. So we know how powerful ESOPs are in creating individual wealth for the employee owner and their family, and also for creating that retirement income security. So now let's just talk a little bit about company performance. We saw the ESOP having a positive impact on company performance at Border States, and the data shows, we heard some of it today, that ESOP companies outperform their industry peers when it comes to growth, profitability, and just performance of the employees. Employee ownership really did drive the growth at Border States. When we looked at sales, we often had rank and file employee owners in sales meetings with potential customers or existing customers where we were trying to grow the business. And our customers would say, You know, after a tour with our employee owners, we don't know what it is, but we can feel it. We can see it. It's something different, and we really like it. We wish we could take this secret sauce and bottle it up and take it back to our own facilities. And as we heard today, we know what it is. It's pride in ownership that drives that responsible behavior. The ESOP was also really helpful when we were looking at M&A. Half of our growth has been M&A. Talk about that silver tsunami. A lot of baby boomers who are getting ready to retire looked at the border states model and said, that's a lot like us. They take care of employees. They give back to the community. And we were very successful in acquiring a lot of companies because of the ESOP. We know it's a great succession plan. And employee ownership also drove productivity and profitability, driving our stock value that would consistently outperform market benchmarks. And then we've heard too about community impact. Employee owners really understand their duty to give back. At border states, employee owners receive 16 hours of paid time off every year to volunteer at the charities of their choice, and border states also has a foundation to fund a lot of good projects in the communities where they live and work. And I'm very proud to say too, border states and their employee owners have built many houses for Habitat for Humanity. So we often hear these high-level statistics about how great ESOPs are. I hope a few of the stories that I shared made some of these statistics real. Employee ownership is an amazing and powerful ownership model. It can be an ideal succession plan for this coming silver tsunami. And we know that American-owned is a great option. And American-owned in an ESOP for creating wealth for all employee owners. It drives performance and outpaces market benchmarks and is good for local communities. I challenge everyone here to do more. Do all that you can to increase the awareness, share your stories, create more incentives, and provide support so more employees can live the American dream, to work for the company they own, and to share in the wealth that they created. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm Melissa Hoover. I'm honored and pleased to be able to introduce our next speaker, my successor at the Democracy at Work Institute, Julian McKinley. Julian McKinley is Dowie's co-executive director for partnerships and growth, guiding the organizational growth, strategic partnerships, research, and communications. His work lives at the nexus of storytelling and advancing tangible solutions for a more equitable economy, including family financial security, regenerative economics, and employee ownership. While at Dowie, Julian has overseen the organization's field-leading research. He has trained cooperative developers in the US and East Africa, helped lead New York City's Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative, and led innovative strategies that drive cooperative ecosystem development. I'm so excited to hear what he's going to share with us. Welcome, Julian.
Thank you, Melissa. Good to see everyone. I know it's almost 5 o'clock, so I'm going to try and wake you up a little bit. Hi, everyone. Let's get a hi back. Hi. All right. So as Melissa mentioned, my name is Julian McKinley, co-executive director at Democracy at Work Institute. For those who don't know, Dowie is the national field building organization for worker cooperatives in the United States. Today's been an inspiring day one. I can't wait to get day two kicked off, but we really have heard a lot of tremendous information today. I'm not going to sit here and talk to you a bunch about the value of employee ownership. I think that, a few hours into the day, you've gotten that enough. What I am going to talk about is the work that we do together in this room and the work that we do once we leave in our communities and nationally. I want to thank the Aspen team and Rutgers team for hosting such a rich platform for employee ownership. I'm excited to be here with you, and in particular for my remarks to come following Tammy's remarks and before Sarah Kay's as well. I think the three of us sort of situated together this afternoon represent the diversity of voices, experience, and resources that are here to really help grow this work. Together, when I look across the room, I see a lot of familiar faces. I see a lot of new faces, which is great to see as well. And we've seen these faces sort of evolve over time. You know, this is, I think we've done a few EO forums now, and so it's great to see the diversity grow from year to year. It's also great to have seen some of the relationships that we've forged here blossom and create new wealth building opportunities for workers, to preserve businesses, to create stronger companies that support higher quality jobs. That's all the work that we want to do, right? And we're really doing it in close coordination with one another. When I think about it, right now, this time for employee ownership is probably the most exciting time for employee ownership in the past few decades. I'm mostly referring to the growth that we're seeing here, right? We're seeing ESOPs continue to grow in impact and popularity. New forms of ownership are being utilized to help workers benefit from the value that they create through their labor. Worker cooperatives alone have grown over 30% over the past 2 years. And the number of investment funds that have been started over the past, or that are driving this growth, have been started in the past 5 years. A quarter of them have been started in the past 5 years. So we're really seeing a boom here. And we're not just living through the boom, but the folks in this room are driving it from various vantage points. It's been shared with me by a few folks who are new to the space that employee ownership, all the different forms, can be a little overwhelming at first. Right? And I can completely understand that, but I do think that it's the diversity of form, fit, and function that is our strength. As we hear about various forms of profit sharing, employee-owned firms from different industries, as we've heard today, we've heard about new legislation, the workers who have benefited from having a say in their workplace. I think it's no longer relevant to really ask ourselves, well, which form is best or which is worse? Instead, it's relevant for us to think about the fit, and each form has a fit and purpose. They have fit related to company size, large, medium, and small. There's a fit related to investors and their tolerance or risk, or their impact focus. There's a fit related to each form's benefits that they provide to different workers. I'm talking about contingent workers who are trying to get greater stability in their workplace, workers with varied degrees of education, those in rural backgrounds and rural communities rather, and urban communities. In the panel earlier today, we heard from 4 different workers with very different earning potential at the start of their careers at their ESOP companies, right? But we heard across the board a shared experience of employee ownership's ability to transform their experience on the job. When we think about all of those different experiences, it's important to note and see that there is space for all of us under this employee ownership tent. And there's also a distinct role that each of us needs to play within that tent. Last month, I had the opportunity to speak to the folks at Eastern Garage Door, which is an employee-owned firm in Massachusetts. They are a 100-year-old firm with just 8 employees. So they are small, but they are mighty, and there are only 2 such firms like them in the Northeast region. So they play a really critical role in the community. The firm had already implemented things like open book management. They had a group of workers who had been with them for a year, so high loyalty, high retention, but the owner knew that he was going to need to step away from the business shortly. He was reaching his mid-60s, and so he did what many owners do at that point. He lost a lot of sleep. He really thought the business was going to go down. There wasn't an opportunity to hand the business off to his kids. And that changed one morning when he attended a Chamber of Commerce breakfast. It was at that breakfast that he attended a session on succession planning. Now, all across the country, Chambers of Commerce are hosting these breakfasts, engaging business owners every single day. It's not every single day that employee ownership is being brought up as a topic, and it's not every single day that owners are saying, hey, I'm here and I want to learn about succession planning. But that opportunity provided Eastern Garage Door a chance to say, hey, I'm interested, to connect to the available technical assistance that was local, as well as with the CDFI to help them transition to employee ownership, and they've just completed that transition. The wraparound support for this business that was made possible constitutes effective ecosystem building. And in this ecosystem building, we each, again, have a role to play, whether you're a business, whether you're a lender, whether you're a nonprofit that's providing technical assistance, or government. And together, we can create more Eastern Garage Doors. These roles require, or filling these roles effectively requires everyone in this room to say, how am I coming here? What are my own interests? What are my resources? What's my tolerance for risks? And what are the unique gifts that I bring to the table? Together, they can help strengthen businesses, workers, and communities that are both large and small. Now, generally, when we talk about ecosystem building, I fear that we too often think about or measure them by the concentration of employee-owned firms. By that measure, there are many. There's Colorado, New York, California, Minnesota, but doing so, just looking at the number of employee-owned businesses is kind of like looking at a tree and just counting the blossoms and not taking into consideration the tree's maturity or its soil health. All of these things contribute to the blossoms that we see each day. And so ecosystem, in its truest sense, is really about the sum of distinct parts operating together. At Dowie, we've worked with municipal and TA providers across the country and internationally. We've had partnerships with Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, New York, and Nairobi. And in those places, we've educated leaders about employee ownership. We've helped county and municipal leaders consider how they can use employee ownership as a tool to address specific challenges, both at the firm level and the local economic level. And we've helped develop strategies for implementation. Over nearly a decade of this work, we've learned quite a bit. So we know that there is great and growing interest in employee ownership to strengthen local economies specifically. We know employee-owned firms, worker cooperatives in particular, often lack the structural support that helps establish and strengthen conventional small businesses. We also know where employee ownership is most impactful from a broader economic standpoint and in relation to individual worker benefits is within ecosystems of intentionally coordinated support. This includes supportive policy, appropriate and patient capital, training, and education. This is what makes all the difference when we're thinking about how do we go from creating a handful of employee-owned businesses to scaling employee ownership's use to create high-quality jobs, resilient businesses, and wealth-building opportunities. And so while no employee ownership ecosystem is the same, there are shared challenges amongst those access to capital and growing awareness, which you're all aware of. That's not new for anyone here. But there are ways that these challenges are being addressed that are new. In particular, getting employee ownership in the hands of folks who are not focused on employee ownership every single day. This is a priority for field growth, and it's required for us to welcome other people within our tent. We see this happening with success across the country. In Chicago, the city's Community Wealth Building Initiative has supported the training of local organizations to become worker cooperative developers. Across the Northeast, the Cooperative Development Institute and the Cooperative Fund of the Northeast are training business-facing service providers to identify and support conversions-appropriate businesses and help them consider employee ownership. APIS and Heritage, their investment model, which was seeded by Patient Philanthropic Capital, demonstrated the viability of a model that is currently changing the financial security of hundreds of workers. Notably, 2 of A&H's firms are in Colorado, one of the friendliest ecosystems for employee ownership in the United States. Now, Dowie has been involved in each of these initiatives in different ways, and we're currently engaging municipal and TA leaders in the development of a national network to raise awareness, build pipeline, and accelerate TA provision for businesses who are thinking about employee ownership and can be a fit. And it's in these examples that unlikely partnerships demonstrate what a great opportunity we have, and that is to make possible together what one of us cannot do alone. In the context of ecosystems, this phenomenon is often referred to as edge effect. It sort of represents where there are two or more small ecosystems coming together, and their engagement produces a unique product that, again, is not possible while they're on their own. And so between today and tomorrow, I want to issue a couple of challenges to you all. The first is to consider your role within the ecosystem. So that means what you uniquely bring to the table and how employee ownership fits within your work. I also challenge you to consider how your role is positioned to support the spectrum of employee ownership we've heard from today. So all of the different workers. Again, if I point to the wonderful panel that we heard from earlier today, a couple of ESOPs, a worker cooperative, folks in different industries, all of them able to benefit from employee ownership. And when you return home, lastly, don't do so thinking about the work that you can do just in your silo, but instead consider the outcomes for workers, companies, and communities that's possible through unlikely, powerful partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julian. And now it is my great pleasure to welcome Sarah Kay to close us out for today. Sarah is a Vice President of Inclusive Solutions at Prudential Financial. In her current role, she leads strategic philanthropy and partnerships to help advance the company's purpose and commitment to inclusive economic growth. She oversees philanthropic grants, business integration partnerships, and employee and community engagement programs. Sarah is somebody who just has tremendous strategic sense and values and really keeps her eye on the ball. And she keeps her focus on how do we expand work and wealth opportunities for financially vulnerable populations? How do we really contribute to building inclusive and equitable communities? And how do we advance racial justice and equity in all communities across the country? So Sarah, thank you so much for being here. Really delighted to welcome you for the third time to close out day one of Employee Ownership Ideas.
Hi, everyone. I will keep it short because I know we're past 5 o'clock already. And thank you so much to Maureen and Joe and both of their teams at Aspen and Rutgers. This is the third annual Employee Ownership Forum, and I feel like it gets bigger and better each year. And so it's really exciting to see you all here. So at Prudential, we are a global financial services company, but we are celebrating our 150th anniversary this year. We were founded and we're still headquartered in Newark, New Jersey. And we were founded on the premise of providing insurance products for working class families, which at the time was disrupting a market that didn't believe that working class families could be trusted to pay their premiums. That DNA of making sure that we're improving the social and economic conditions of working class families still stays with us today. And so we're focused on how do we make sure our customers, our communities are building and protecting their wealth. And from our lens, it's thinking about how do we build an ownership economy that works for all. We focus on a couple of different areas of ownership: home ownership, community shared real estate ownership, individual financial asset ownership, and then of course, employee ownership. A few months ago, many of us were at a White House briefing, and I said at that point, I think we are at an inflection point for employee ownership because there's so many different components that we all bring to this ecosystem, as Julian talked about. At Prudential, we invest in ESOPs. We provide philanthropic grants to many organizations in this room and outside on advancing the employee ownership field. And then we're taking a look at what other resources that we have. And so we're working with Project Equity to actually start working with our financial advisors. We have thousands of financial advisors that work with millions of customers to help them understand what does it mean to be an employee owner, as we think that there's going to be a boom of employee owners in the future, and how do they help financially plan for their future. And so the last thing that I'll say, because as everybody said, you all know why the benefits are for employee ownership. It creates sustainable businesses. It's about wealth distribution and creating economic equity as employees can share in the company's growth and success. And so the only thing that I'll add, in addition to everything that people said about improving policies, making sure that we have the right technical assistance providers, increasing the flow of capital, is how do we create the public will for all of this as well too, right? We're all in this moment together because we all have some kind of stake in it, but we want to get the masses to also advocate for it. I love the employee owner panel when they were talking about one woman, she loves her job compared to her peers. How can we make sure job seekers are looking for ESOP companies? How can we make sure that people want to buy and purchase and do business with companies that are either ESOPs or others? And I do want to say that we are committed to all forms of employee ownership: S-Corp ESOPs, partial C-Corp ESOPs, co-ops, broad-based equity employee ownership models, and more. And so I challenge all of us, right? I think about when the straws, do you remember the straws? It was plastic straws, and the entire world suddenly decided that plastic straws, or bought into that concept, and then we all turned it around into paper and other kinds of forms. How do we get everybody to think about employee ownership and advocating for it? So talk to your families, your friends, your networks, media, getting the stories out there to really make sure that we are building an employee ownership economy for all workers. So thank you so much for being here today. I hope you will all join us tomorrow as well too, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening.